ahead and start our workshop. This is day 2, and we're going to have a great discussion on assessment appeals process, issues and solution by Member Vasquez. And I will give the gavel to him and let him run the meeting. I think there was one question, if we just clarify with Member Schaefer, if you wanted to go ahead and raise that issue.
Yes. Well, I had 2 issues. First of all, everybody is speaking today, and there's 20 of us, including former Vice Chair Vasquez. Everybody is a key leader, an expert, or a stakeholder. We're not going to require you to identify which one you fit into. But more importantly, I've checked with a number of us here, and we feel that 10 minutes would be a good time to give us everything that you can provide as input instead of 15 minutes, because we do have 20 people speaking, and we don't know how verbose us members are going to be and asking questions. And if you can't get it in all within 10 minutes, we would welcome a little supplemental filing for our attention. And I would ask the chair to make that slight modification.
Well, that is Mr. Vasquez's call, so he's running the workshop. So I'm open to that, but
I'm sorry, what was the request?
We have 10-minute estimated time instead of 15 for each speaker, and if they couldn't get it all in within 10 minutes, we welcome a supplemental filing for our information.
We'll do the best we can. I think some of them might be a little bit shorter, so I think we'll be okay if you look at the average.
Well, the spirit of it, is important.
I hear you.
Thank you.
With that, I guess we officially just call it to order. And first of all, good morning to everybody, especially all the folks that are here in person and those that will be online shortly throughout the day. I really appreciate the time that everybody's taking out, especially my colleagues that were on board with having us continue this work group. This has been going on now for, I want to say a good 3 or 4 years now, off and on. And I think we've settled quite a bit of the short-term goals, but as you can see, and as you'll hear a little bit later today, there's several things that still need to be ironed out, and hopefully we'll come to some consensus by the end of the day. I wanted to first mention, the goal of today, the board work group, is to hear testimony, engage in fact-finding, and explore solutions on 4 important administrative issues facing all of us: county assessors, appeal boards, county officials, and the board. First, determining where aspects of the AAB process are causing delays and exploring solutions to streamline them. Second, determining where aspects of the property tax refund process are causing backlogs and inefficiencies and exploring solutions to streamline them. Third, addressing technical challenges, including implementing AB 1879, which was a Mike Gibson bill, and possibly expanding the use of e-signatures, electronic forms, and submissions of small and medium-sized counties, and exploring solutions for those as well. And then fourth, identifying major Prop 19 challenges, including technical issues, and developing targeted education and other solutions to reduce the taxpayers' confusion and administrative burdens. All speakers are invited, are experts in their fields. Many of them you'll see in person, and several of them, like I said, will be online. Those that'll be here in person, we have the Deputy County Counsel from Santa Clara, and I hope I'm not butchering your name here, but I have Bivit Medavani, and then Melissa Kitt from Butte County Clerk Board of Supervisors. We have two from the Sacramento County Assessor's Office, Jared, is it Stredifer? I think it's Stredifer, and Linda Coburn. And then from CADA, we have Paul Waldman and Bradley Marsh. With that, I know I'm going to have some assistance here from our assistant here, who will call our first speaker that we have today. Or do we have to go through, no, I don't think we have to go through any kind of public comment yet, right? Nothing. So with that, Ms. Taylor, if you would call, if we have, I don't know if we have the first one online, I believe.
Yes, I'll go ahead and call the first, let me make a brief safety announcement, since
Please.
we do have a number of people here in person.
Thank you.
In the auditorium, the exits are at the front on each side of the stage, and other exits are at the rear. Please take a moment to find the exit sign and location closest to you in an emergency. The emergency exits behind and to the side of the stage should be used only in case of emergency. And our informational announcement is to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and other wireless devices. This meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Therefore, we ask all speakers in the auditorium on the AT&T phone line or on the teleconference to state their names before speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly. The public will be invited to comment on the matters before the board, today's board work group. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before this work group on any of the agenda items, we will ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant-at-Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance to the auditorium. If you wish to speak by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item if you wish to comment. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the safety and informational announcement. Our first item today is item number 2, the assessment appeals process, key aspects and administrative burdens on local agencies. And our first speaker is Jennifer Tran, Deputy Executive Officer, Assessment Appeals Board, Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors.
Is she on?
Good morning, Honor.
Good morning, good morning.
Yes.
Come on, we can hear you.
Yes. Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Jennifer Tran, and I am the Deputy Executive Officer for Los Angeles County Assessment Appeals Board. Today's presentation highlights how LA County AAB address our operational inefficiencies through practical and innovative solutions. As shown on this slide, it provides a high-level overview of LA County's assessment appeals and refund process. Upon receiving an appeal, AAB reviews, validates, and schedules the application for a hearing. Once the board makes a decision on the appeal, the board action is posted in the system, which undergoes an audit review for accuracy. Then the notice of board action, or NOBA, is mailed to the applicant, and the NOBA information is sent to the assessor's office for secured properties and to auditor controller for unsecured properties for processing. After completing their processes, a data exchange occurs between the assessor and auditor controller. The auditor controller conducts the review and approval of the refund issuance, and upon approval, the refund is then issued to the applicant. Here are the process inefficiencies we've identified prior to 2022. First, excessive paper handling. Approximately 65% of appeals were filed manually despite the option for online submission, which was implemented in 2010. Inefficient manual data entry, which requires a review to ensure accuracy. delays the application to be scheduled for hearing. Prior to 2022, new applications were scheduled within 10 months from receive date on average, while correspondence were processed within 2 days from the receive date. Scheduling inefficiencies. Procedurally, we group the applications by hearing type, issue, region, and property type. However, the delay in processing postponements or withdrawal requests resulted in challenges to timely backfill or replace these applications to fill a complete hearing agenda. And lastly, our high continuance rate. Prior to 2022, the average hearing continuance rate was at 65%. In 2022, LA County hired a consultant to identify opportunities for process improvement and began our multi-phased business process improvement project focused on addressing the high number of backlog appeals and increasing our operational efficiencies. First, we implemented an enhanced staff training curriculum, which supports progressive training and skills enhancement. Additionally, it allowed us to cross-train our staff across multiple units to strengthen our team's benchmark. Second, we implemented an enhanced board members and hearing officers training, including a new onboarding process for new board members and hearing officers to shadow or observe during the hearings. We also conduct quarterly trainings, which include case law and case study reviews led by our county counsel, and invited subject matter experts on appraisal and valuation fields. We also implemented new scheduling strategies using data analytics to increase scheduling and hearing agenda efficiencies. We shift our scheduling priorities every 6 months based on the open application statistics. We also collaborate with the assessor's office in analyzing the open applications and hearing outcomes to identify the issues that impact the continuance rate. And lastly, we develop the various or different video tutorials with closed caption functionality for translation in multiple languages. Currently, our video tutorials receive nearly 15,000 views from LA County residents, as well as other counties within California and different states across the United States. We conduct a monthly virtual public education seminar and has increased our participation in various community or public outreach events. Along with policy and procedural changes, we also implemented the following IT solutions. First, we have the executive dashboards, which provide key performance metrics to track the status of open appeals and monitor data trends that are critical for our scheduling strategies. We've also implemented various e-forms to eliminate data entry to streamline the validation and scheduling of appeals. And lastly, we began digitizing our documents to help streamline the processing and scheduling of appeals and to improve accessibility to records when processing PRA requests. With our process transformation, here are some operational efficiencies we've accomplished. After publishing a video tutorial on how to file an appeal electronically, nearly 50% of the total applications received are now filed online, which is a 15% increase from 2001 to 2022 filing year. Also, on average, new applications are now being scheduled within 5 months from the receive date, which is a 50% reduction from 2021-2022. And by March 2025, nearly 80% of the total open backlog appeals from 2021-22 have been closed or finalized. As of April 25th, there are over 27,000 total open applications, of which 57% are applications for the current year, 19% from last year, and down to 23% from 2023 and prior years. Also, as of April 25th, there are over 16,400 applications received so far this year. And similar to prior years, majority of the appeals are filed on commercial industrial properties at 30%, followed by single-family residence applications, which is at 28%. Last year, the continuance rate dropped to 47%, which is an 18% reduction from 65% continuance rate from fiscal year 2021-22 and prior years. However, the drastic closure of backlog appeals since 2022, the remaining backlog appeals that we have open right now are highly complex cases which require multiple hearings or continuances. Currently, our continuance rate is at 58%. And also last year, there were nearly 5,200 appeals scheduled for status hearings, which is 38% increase from 2022-23. And it is notable to say that 41% of these applications or appeals scheduled for status hearings were closed at status hearings. In 2024, the LA County Board of Supervisors directed the Property Tax Departments to analyze and provide recommendations to streamline the appeals and refund processes. Key accomplishments based on the collaboration from this fiscal year include implementation of a comprehensive case management system to help triage constituent inquiries, streamline response process, and increase efficiencies.
10-minute time check.
Okay. By June, the county will replace our property tax telephone system with a more robust and interactive functionalities. We will be utilizing e-forms to streamline the processing of our AAB decisions and enhance the data exchange process of the NOBAs to increase the refund process efficiencies. And on my last slide, while LA County AAB has gained many successes during the past 2 years, we are still faced with the following ongoing challenges. First, we are still in need to replace our current legacy system that will offer more robust and enhanced functionalities. Second, to help encourage the electronic submission of appeals, we still need to enhance our online appeals portal for streamlined filing and more user-friendly user interface. And lastly, as with all other property tax departments in LA County, we also need additional permanent staff for knowledge retention and expertise. Currently, approximately 35% of our staff are temporary or contractual employees assigned in various administrative functions. And with that, I would like to thank the Honorable Board for this opportunity to share LA County's journey in enhancing our service delivery.
Thank you. And this is real good information, especially the updates here. I just wanted to commend Los Angeles County for all the work you've done, especially to get through some of that backlog, including the use of scheduling technology and pre-hearing conferences. My first question, let me ask one question, then I'll open it up to my colleagues as well. From your perspective, what kind of assistance do you think the BOE could provide to help as you're moving forward with some of the progress you've made, especially with some of the backlog you shared with us today?
Ideally, it would be nice if the state board will be able to provide a standardized training for board members and hearing officers. That is one thing that we try to enhance as part of LA County's solution. However, we do notice that, for consistency's purposes across the other counties, I think it would be best if the State Board of Equalization will spearhead that effort.
Well noted. Let me turn to any of my, I see Deputy Controller, and then I see our chair has a question as well. Go ahead, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Thank you again for putting this hearing together. Some of the core functions of the Board of Equalization is fair and efficient property tax administration. I think we're getting right to it. So, Miss, I didn't know if you said this in your slides, but can you give us an average timeline of a case from open to close, and then also maybe the top 3 issues that you face when trying to close out some of these hearings?
Well, the number one reasons why it causes the delay in, of course, closing the appeal is the continuance rate. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a high continuance rate. Although we are trying to address that with towards our board and hearing officers quarterly training. That is one of the delays that we have. Right now, on average, new applications are being scheduled within 5 months of the when we receive the application or on the receive date. And in fact, 47% of new appeals scheduled from last year were family residents. And so I think from 6 to 8 or 9 months of the receipt of the application, we were able to close a majority of this single family residences applications.
So ideally, 5 months between the initial appeal and then the first scheduling hearing. What is the goal for LA County? Do you want to try to get this into a 60 to 90-day window? Is that possible?
That will be very challenging given the amount of applications that we receive each year. We are trying to find creative ways to further streamline our processes. If, let's say, the number of applications filed online will increase, currently we are averaging nearly 50%. But if we're able to have applications filed 100% on, as e-filed or filed online, it will be a drastic change. It will help increase our efficiencies.
Understood.
Eliminates the need for manual data.
Understood. That was my very last question. How can LA County use technology to help improve some of the processes here? You said e-filing. Do you also conduct some of these hearings on Zoom?
Yes, we use WebEx as our virtual hearing platform.
And in your experience, do those tend to run smooth, or do you run into some issues conducting online hearings?
Reasons for continuing the hearing because of technical issues is very minimal from LA County's experience. I just wanted to clarify that LA County is conducting a hybrid hearing approach. So we do have some in-person hearing and, virtual hearings through WebEx.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation again.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tran. Appreciate this. And in terms of the options on hearings, so is that voluntary in terms of whether you want a hearing in person versus online?
Yes, so we schedule by default, conduct it virtually, but taxpayers or the applicants can reach out to us and ask for or opt for in-person hearings. And
Great.
we would schedule it
Wonderful.
as requested.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad that that option's available. Also, you mentioned that you're making progress on continuance. Now, I just want to clarify in my mind, that's just an appeal that's going from 1 year to the next year? Am I
Um,
interpreting that right?
it varies. Sometimes when we have continuances, it may be scheduled within 3 to 4 months,
Okay,
or sometimes,
okay,
yes, it depends on the reasons for the continuance.
okay. And so I saw that the rate is dropping, which is great,
Yes.
right? And so is that as a result of your ability to solve the issues more quickly? And is that then also related to the training that you're providing? I'm just trying to get a handle on that, understand
It's
it.
yes, it's a combination of multiple things. As I mentioned earlier, when we develop or create hearing agenda, we look into data analytics to see what's the best to make sure that the hearing agenda will be most efficient. So we're looking at optimizing the hearing agenda itself through data analytics. And of course, with our collaborations with the assessor's office, we carefully look into the reasons why hearings or applications are being continued. So we find the balance with our statistics, the type of or the reasons for the continuance, collaborating with assessor's office to make sure that we can reduce the continuance. And most importantly, again, is the enhanced training curriculum that we have provided for the board members and hearing officers. And we've seen a dramatic impact with regards to continuance rate.
Great. And then in terms of the backlog, is the entire backlog is dropping too, is that right? And
That is correct.
do you know how long it'll take to get rid of the backlog or at least greatly reduce it?
Right now, the remaining backlog appeals that we have from 2023 and prior years, most of those are highly complex cases. And in fact, approximately 30 to 35% of those backlog appeals are in litigation. So we are trying to go through our backlog as aggressive as we can, but there are other factors that will, kind of make it continued multiple times for multiple day
Sure.
hearings or pending litigation.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's all the questions I have, but thank you. Very professionally done. I think Assessor Jeff Prang and his team are doing a great job. So thank you for all the information you've provided today.
Any other questions from any of the members? I think one more. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you. I did have one more question. What is the oldest case you have? Do you have cases dating back to the mid-2010s, 2015, 2016, or are you able to clear those out? And what is the kind of the reasoning for this lag?
Yes. So, most of the early 2000s to mid 2000s, those are being cleared out. The oldest application or backlog application we have, I would say about 6 to 10 applications from 2007 or 2008. And those are the ones that are currently in pending litigation.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you again. I was really refreshing, especially when I'm looking at the slides in terms of what progress you've made. And I think we could learn a lot from your experience, especially in LA County, because you have, I think, more resources than many of the other assessors in the state. But really appreciate your time and your commitment to this. With that, we can move on to our second speaker. And Ms. Taylor, I believe is she also listed
I
here?
believe our next speaker is Brendan.
Yes.
Velakis, Chair,
Is-
Assessment Appeals Subcommittee, California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, and Assistant Chief Deputy Clerk of the Board, Ventura County.
Ms., oh, it looks like we have somebody else here, though.
Yeah, can you hear
Oh,
me
no, it
okay?
is. Yeah, I see you on the screen now. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead and give us your presentation, Mr. Velakis.
Right. All right. Good morning, Chair Gaines and members of the board. My name is Brendan Volhakis, and I am the lead assessment appeals clerk for the County of Ventura. I've been an assessment appeals board clerk for the past 11 years, and I have over 15 years experience in assessment appeals. Today, I'm before you on behalf of the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, also known as CCBSA, representing the clerks of the assessment appeals boards in our capacity as the local administrators for the assessment appeals process. Many of our members were previously active with the California Association of Clerk and Election Officials Organization, also known as CACEO or CASIO, serving on the CACEO BOE Rules Work Group as we worked with you on previous initiatives. You may recall working with that work group's former chair, John McKibben. As CACEO and CCBSA have restructured their memberships, CCBSA's Assessment Appeals Subcommittee is committed to carrying the torch, building on the great work that CACEO did in regards to assessment appeals. We are the same people, just under a different organization. CCBSA's Subcommittee on Assessment Appeals was just formed a few weeks ago with the initial purpose of engaging the BOE for today's work group. I am currently the chair of CCBSA's Subcommittee on Assessment Appeals. In the past 30 days, we have organized ourselves as a group and prepared 2 submissions for today's work group. Due to the limited time we had to organize ourselves, that our submissions were tardy, and we did just submit those this morning, and we apologize for that delay. I will try to hit the highlights of those in my presentation today. There's, besides myself, there are several other CCBSA members standing by to answer any questions you may have. Melissa Kitts of Butte County is present in person at your chambers and will be available to answer any questions you may have regarding the perspective of assessment appeals clerks and boards for small rural counties. Terrence Greer with Los Angeles County is also online to answer questions you have on behalf of large counties. Thomas Parker, legal counsel for assessment appeals boards in Los Angeles County, is available to answer questions on the legal effect of any proposals to AABs and clerks. And Jennifer Tran, whom you just heard from, is also a CCBSA member, as well as Ann Moore of San Diego County, who you will be hearing from shortly. Please feel free to ask us questions as you see fit. As administrators for the AABs, we take great pride in carrying out our duties to provide a fair, transparent, equal process to provide taxpayers with avenues to having their assessed property values reviewed. We strive to remain a neutral party in ensuring assessment appeals are resolved timely and in accordance with state law, a duty we take very seriously. It is important to note at the start of any discussion on the assessment appeal process, a majority of counties in California have less than 1 full-time equivalent staff person in the clerk of the board's office dedicated solely to the daily activities of assessment appeals. Assessment appeals clerks often have multiple responsibilities, including supporting county board of supervisors meetings and ensuring compliance with state fair political practices mandates, among many other duties. Any efforts to change processes and procedures in the assessment appeal process must carefully consider the fiscal impacts on county budgets and be accompanied with funding opportunities necessary to provide additional staffing allocations and fund software programming. This is especially important during this time of economic uncertainty when county budgets are already under significant strain. I would like to now take a few minutes to discuss some of the problems and solutions that we have submitted for your board's consideration. Greater details on each of these issues is outlined in the letters that I submitted this morning. The first issue is excessive and mass filings by professional tax or agent organizations. Counties are routinely overwhelmed by mass filings submitted by professional tax agent organizations, such filings appear to use computer software to autocomplete assessment appeal applications en masse with minimal review or consideration by the filer. These filings are then submitted by professional tax agents in large consolidated batches, often near the very end of the applicable filing deadline. These submissions create a data entry backlog that has a domino effect on the rest of the assessment appeal process. In our letter, we propose two possible solutions. The first solution is for the BOE to develop a rule and process for professional tax agents to self-certify that they have confirmed merit of the appeal with their own analysis prior to the submission of an appeal. A large amount of appeals are filed each year, ultimately withdrawn by the applicant, and requiring such a review prior to submission would help ensure county resources are expended only on appeals that professional tax agents will actually proceed with. Any such rule would not apply to self-represented taxpayers. Another solution to this issue is to create a rule that requires electronic filing of assessment appeal applications by professional tax agents when they file more than 50 applications per calendar year in a county, but only if that county offers electronic submission. The next issue we address is the rescheduling of cases. While county assessors and self-represented taxpayers do sometimes request delays of the hearing, the most frequent and repetitive requests for delay and rescheduling the hearings comes from professional representatives. This makes it extremely difficult to plan balanced hearings and schedules and creates delays for other applicants by compounding future hearing calendars. We believe one cause of this problem is a combination of an absence of a timely analysis by professional representatives, lacking property-specific information provided by the taxpayer, either to their professional representative and/or the assessor, and professional representatives overwhelming themselves by filing more applications than they have the capacity to address. While CADA suggests stricter adherence to Property Tax Rule 323, the biggest issue assessment appeals have in limiting delays requested pursuant to Rule 323 is due to untimely information exchanges between applicant and assessor, which often occurs when professional tax agents are involved. So long as the requesting party cites good cause, the Assessment Appeals Board is inclined to grant the request. Assessment Appeals Boards are very aware of the need for both parties, being the assessor and the taxpayer, to have a fair hearing, one element of which is the opportunity for both parties to present and examine all of the supporting evidence allowed under law. The previous mentioned solution to require professional tax agents to complete a pre-analysis prior to submission of appeal would likely result in decreased hearing rescheduling because a majority of the data should then be readily available. Another solution would be for the State Board of Equalization to implement a property tax rule that requires a timelier furnishing of information from each party that supports their position from assessment appeal applicants. Overall, encouraging the expedient data submission from assessment appeal applicants is the best way to resolve cases quickly. Next, we address technology and staffing. Many counties lack funding necessary to build and upgrade computer systems for assessment appeals management. Those that have electronic management systems lack funding for long-term maintenance and improvement. Counties welcome opportunities for one-time grants and permanent funding streams from the state to address these concerns. The state could offer a grant program for counties or a group of counties to develop a state-of-the-art management system to modernize the assessment appeals process, with the requirement that any such system then be shared with other counties wishing to utilize it, along with additional grant funding for implementation of such systems at the local level. Another issue we present in our letter is board member availability and recruitment. Counties large and small have difficulty recruiting qualified members for their assessment appeals boards. As these positions are largely considered volunteer, with many counties offering our board members nominal stipends, those who have been successful in recruiting board members still face scheduling availability issues. Our membership would support revision of the law to allow counties to appoint former assessors' employees after 1 year rather than the current limitation of 3 years, as was done for Los Angeles County. Additionally, we would support the State Board of Equalization seeking a Revenue and Taxation Code amendment that would allow counties to share assessment appeals board members on a temporary basis without the need for each individual county board of supervisors to appoint said members. Such a solution would be useful for smaller counties that are located near one another, who may be separately having less than a full 3-member board, but together under such structure would have enough available board members to conduct hearings with a full board. The last issue we would like to discuss is educational publications. We encourage the State Board of Equalization to develop additional training resources for assessment appeal applicants, county staff, and professional tax agents. Short fact sheets written in accessible language with answers to common questions of taxpayers would be helpful in providing easy and clear information to the taxpayers. Many of the current materials available from the BOE have not been updated in several years. We'd also like to take a moment to respond to the suggestions raised by CADA. Due to time limitations, I will just touch on them briefly, but please refer to our letter for additional details. The subject of the letter, response to memorandum of April 11th, 2025 from the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. We submitted that letter to you this morning. Regarding the subject of discovery disputes, while we believe discovery discussions are being utilized properly in current form, a suggestion for reducing the number of successive requests on one application would be to require that applicants provide a written response to the assessor's request for information at least 30 days prior to a scheduled hearing, or within a reasonable amount of time if the assessor's request was initiated less than 45 days prior to the hearing. Such written response would not necessarily need to include the requested information, but instead clarify from the request what information was available and would be provided, what information does not exist and therefore cannot be provided, and what exists but is refused to be provided, along with a reasonable time estimate as to when said information would be furnished to the county assessor. Any documents that exist but are being refused to be provided would need to be accompanied with a statement of justification explaining the reason for non-disclosure. Such advanced clarification would ensure that everyone is on notice as to what and when information will be coming. The clearly documented response would also make any needed intervention by an assessment appeals board clear and expedient. Regarding CADA's suggestion for use of docketing systems, we strongly oppose implementation of any rigid docketing system. Regarding CADA's suggestion for property tax rules relating procedures for large and high-value commercial property appeals, we believe it is best to allow each county to address such challenges on a case-by-case basis through the adoption of local rules that meet the individual county's needs. Regarding CADA's suggestion to utilize the assessor's ESDR system, we are initially unclear on exactly what is proposed and if the suggestion is related to assessment appeal application filing or if they're just suggesting it for assessor case management. However, we as the assessment appeal filing process must remain independent from the assessor's office. We would not support the use of any assessor managed system for the filing of assessment appeal applications, which would rule out the ESDR system for that purpose. In conclusion, we thank you for the opportunity to present these issues to your board. While we do not expect to solve these challenges today, we welcome the opportunity to begin the conversation and move us all forward. If you have any questions, please contact me. Additional details on each of the points I've discussed, as well as my contact information, is available in the 2 letters that we submitted to you today. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the fact that I know you mentioned, and you kind of touched on it, that you pretty much created this subcommittee specifically just to address some of these issues. So
Yes.
we're really appreciative of that. I have one quick question, and then I'll turn it back to my colleagues here. From your perspective, what incentivizing pre-hearing conferences help with the workload, particularly on the relatively simple residential appeals, or are there other higher priority solutions that you would recommend moving forward?
So specifically in regards to the smaller, less issue appeals you mentioned, most of those are resolved before we even get to a hearing. So we think adding pre-hearing conferences would add unnecessary delays because they would by default be adding at least one more hearing before we'd be able to actually get to a final presentation. So we don't believe pre-hearing conferences would be useful there. They may be useful for more complex hearings. As we mentioned, the biggest issue is exchange of data in a timely manner between the taxpayer and assessor. And so pre-hearing conferences usually are addressing that blockage of data exchange, and appeals boards trying to encourage that to move more expediently. So pre-hearing conferences is one way to address that. We also feel like it could be done with less resources just by requiring some sort of written response or pre-hearing conversation between the parties.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleagues. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, very thorough. My question is, I saw that, I took a note of helping smaller counties by moving some of the AAB hearing officers over. What other issues or solutions can we help out with smaller counties in improving their processes and efficiencies?
I'm going to go ahead and defer to Melissa Kitts, who's there in person, if Melissa would like to answer that. She is our representative on behalf of smaller counties.
Come on up.
Good morning, Board, Mr. Chair. I am Melissa Kitts. I am the Assistant Clerk of the Board for Butte County and also the clerk for our Assessment Appeals Board. I would probably say our biggest issue for small counties is a lack of staffing, lack of a budget, essentially. I mean, listening to LA County, that was kind of astonishing. And that's often the case when I talk to larger counties. I am primarily the clerk of the board. That comes with a lot of responsibility. I have a staff of probably half a person that works with me. So between the months that we do process assessment appeals, our board meets from October to May every year. I receive probably just 200 applications a year. But for me, that is a great deal of data entry primarily. My system, my data management system, is an Excel spreadsheet. So I manually enter everything into Excel. It is extremely time consuming. It can be very overwhelming. And we just don't have the funding to create our own system. Many of the counties that we've talked to in our committee over the last few weeks have said that they've developed software systems for their own county. And the average cost is around $200,000. And that's just not realistic for a county our size. So that's primarily the issue. I mean, I am it. And we just don't have the tools to provide the service that we want to.
Understood. And the idea of loaning a hearing officer from one county, for example, Shasta County coming to Butte County, is that helpful in ways where an applicant will be accepting of somebody coming from a different county to conduct a hearing, not necessarily knowing the terrain and kind of the law of the land of specific counties? Does that make sense? Or does that hearing officer have to be up to training, some type of training, in order to take on hearings in other counties?
I think training is an issue as a separate issue. Training the board, training staff, that's incredibly important. As far as sharing members, a lot of the time we do have a hard time finding members to serve on the board that are qualified and able to maintain the schedule. We have had an alternate position that we haven't been able to fill in 2 years. So it would be helpful to have some kind of mechanism that would assist us with that.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, so, and you're not a super small county.
And
Dude, right?
I did work
So-
for Colusa County for 7
Yes,
years. So
yeah.
I've worked for smaller.
Right, that's right, yeah. So you're my district, and I've got a lot of rural
Yes.
counties in the district. Trying to think, the smallest is probably Alpine. But in terms of, it's still a budget issue, even for a county that's bigger, a little bigger than some of the counties in my district. And so I think, Brendan brought up a point about grant money being available would be of great help. What's the appetite of the Board of Supervisors? Are they, how do they view assessment appeals, and do they believe that there ought to be more money philosophically flowing into your department?
To be honest, I do not know.
Yeah,
I don't know their feelings. I feel like they're pretty separated from it.
yes.
But as far
Okay.
as I know.
Yes, okay. Excellent. And, okay, you elected to other roles within the county
Pardon?
as the clerk. So are you, your position, is it an elected position or?
No, I'm
Okay.
not.
Okay, all right, so you're a county employee?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, very well. 200 applications, and you're having to put all that into Excel.
Yes.
So that's tough, yeah.
It is very tough.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
very, and they typically all come in at the end of November at once. So I mean, if it could be staggered, that could help maintaining. And I feel terrible when I'm unable to provide that information timely to our assessors department. If there's a bottleneck somewhere, it's going to impact them as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just don't think there's any answers from the state at this point, given the state budget and grant money. That might be a couple years out.
Well, I appreciate you
But yeah, thank
hearing
you.
us.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
If I
Controller, go ahead, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. We have a representative from Ventura and then Butte County. So when there's times of disaster, major fires, maybe an earthquake, how does that affect your processes as well?
Our biggest disaster, the Camp Fire, I was not employed with Butte County at that time, so I'm not exactly sure how that impacted our county.
Okay, understood. Ventura, did you have any response? You guys just had a recent fire.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through several fires and so forth here. Our assessor tries really hard to be proactive on figuring out what properties qualify for disaster relief and working directly with the taxpayers. So we get very minimal appeals challenging reductions after the assessor granted calamity relief. It's a very small percentage, and those do move very quickly because of our assessor's focus on those. Those appeals are really usually limited in scope. It has to do generally when maybe unpermitted structures were damaged and therefore never assessed, and therefore there's a disagreement as to how much should be removed for that structure that was never assessed to begin with. That's one example. But by and large, just because of our assessor's work, we don't have a lot of appeals that are related to disasters because the assessor's being so proactive.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Appreciate it. Mr. Vasquez, back to you.
Any other questions from any of my other colleagues? The only one I have is real quick. You mentioned, I guess for the people that are viewing or listening, when we're talking small counties, you're one of the smaller ones. What are we looking in terms of population?
We have about 220,000.
Okay. And you said you came from a smaller one?
Oh, yeah. Colusa County is about 21,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And we had probably less than 30 assessment appeals a year. So it was a little bit easier to handle because it wasn't very frequent.
And you're wearing several hats, no? You mentioned.
Yes.
You're just not the assessor, you're the clerk. Are you also well, in some cases, I guess they have three roles, right? I don't know if you're in that situation.
Our CAO is our clerk of the board,
Oh, okay.
but I essentially do the job.
You do.
So I don't chair. I clerk several different meetings that are required.
Yeah, and, just
Well,
to follow up, if I
yes,
could,
go
in
ahead.
terms that you talked about $200,000 for software. Gosh, I have to think there's got to be something less expensive out there.
I know
Very good.
some clerks do utilize the megabyte system. There's a clerk of the board function.
Okay.
And that is, I think, more reasonable. I don't have experience with it yet.
I know that some of the county assessors have worked out deals with software companies where they could,
To share it.
yeah, that it would reduce the cost if a couple counties went in together. And I don't know if that would work and as it relates to the clerk or not, but, yeah. it
Well,
just
if you
seems to
hear
me that-
anything, let me know.
Yeah, okay. There ought to be some way to get past that $200,000 nut. That's,
Yeah, that would be a significant help.
yeah, okay.
Chair Gaines, if I could add additional response to that?
Yes,
Yeah, so the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association has kind of discussed software lightly. One of the biggest issues is we often need to be able to integrate with whatever property tax management systems our assessors are using and meet the needs of the individual counties. So that's the biggest difficulty with off-the-shelf systems is we need to meet that local county clerk of the board's needs as well as integrate with the systems our assessors already using, which often leads to high integration costs. So
All right.
we have explored the idea of potentially doing a consolidated system across the state, but currently procedures differ so greatly amongst counties of various sizes that it would make any single shared system very difficult to implement and utilize. So that's our biggest challenge there.
okay. So I don't know if there's any way to integrate with your assessor system or not.
I'm open to all options.
Yes, yeah, very good. Well, thank you,
Well,
appreciate it.
thank you both for your testimony and your, especially your updates on where you're at and the work that the subcommittee is doing. Really appreciate the fact that you came together, and we'll continue to work on that and see if we can come up with some creative ideas.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
much. I appreciate the time.
With that, we can move on to our third. I know, I'm just doing a time check. I noticed we're going to have a little short break after this. So the next speaker we have is the Honorable Lawrence Stone from Santa Clara County Assessors. Good morning, Mr. Stone. I see him on the screen. We truly appreciate your time today and excited to hear.
Lori, can you get it up? There you go.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, and thank you very much. I'm very optimistic that something will come from this hearing to improve the system among large counties and small counties as well. And I always believe that what gets measured gets done. We measure everything in Santa Clara County by employee, widget by widget, if you will. So if delays are cause for concern, and they certainly are, then standardized metrics for the whole appeals process should be established to identify where the delays occur and resolve them. This would provide an objective pinpoint data and pinpoint problems which may occur differently in different counties based upon a variety of factors. Multiple parties to the assessment appeals application, each has a different role and different responsibilities in the process of resolving assessment appeals. First of all, there's the owner, a taxpayer, often represented by an agent. They complete the application, provide information necessary to document the value determinations. Next, the clerk of the board process applications, agendize hearings, and administer the hearings. Assessment appeals boards adjudicate legal and value issues. The county counsel's office reviews, process hearings, all for legality. And then the assessor's office, they make the assessment, review the application, appraise, and then assess. And finally, the controller's office, they process, calculate refunds. The tax collector, they issue the refunds and provide for additional taxes if needed. This is a complex process that requires objective analysis rather than finger pointing to streamline. Results of the analysis might provide recommendations for best practices in time and expectations for each stage of the process. Once the analysis is completed, the board may want to issue an LTA expanding on the 2013 039 entitled Effective Administrative Practices, Assessment Appeals Process. So it's important. The other thing that's important is the people that actually serve on the assessment appeals boards. And so in Santa Clara County, the Revenue and Taxation Code requires that assessment appeals board members be an attorney, an appraiser, an accountant, or a broker. And several years ago, I meet with every new member of the Board of Supervisors, and I explained to them that, particularly in Santa Clara County, which is very, very complex county, very complex taxpayers, that we needed more than just an attorney that might be, a family attorney, more than an appraiser who may be appraising for a bank on residential properties, more than just an accountant, maybe that does tax returns or something like that, and more than just a broker that may be a residential broker. And so our Board of Supervisors back then established a quality hire process. So not just an attorney, but a real estate attorney, not a family attorney, not just an appraiser, but an MAI appraiser or equivalent, because that's the highest level of appraiser that you can have. I understand it's more difficult than getting a CPA. Not just an accountant that did tax returns, but a certified public accountant. And not just a broker, but a somebody with the credential that deals with commercial properties at a much higher level. And with one exception, in the last probably 12 years now, our Board of Supervisors have made appointments to the Assessment Appeals Board that meet that increased and more superior quality of the members of the board. So I explain to every new board member when they come in that you'll make a lot of appointments to boards and commissions, but the one that's most important is who you appoint to the Assessment Appeals Board. That has significant financial impact and risk to the county and also to taxpayers. And they have abided by that increased standards, and it's really helped a lot. I have 5 MAI appraisers in 12 positions. And only one time in all that time frame did a board member did not adhere to that superior quality of board members. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. And I know in listening to you, and then you kind of touched on it a little bit briefly here, Santa Clara looks like it's a totally different experience from Los Angeles County. And as a result of that, I'm just kind of wanted to hear a little bit more on your perspective. Where can the BOE possibly be most helpful in smoothing out some of those challenges, especially on the appeals process?
Well, as I said, what gets measured gets done. So if you have the metrics of each of those processes, the problem is that you have, what was it, 5 or 6 different entities that involved in an assessment appeal. So trying to get those people in coordination with each other, the clerk, the tax collector, all those kinds of things is a difficult task. But I think that's if you developed a process of the metrics to deal with these things and an LTA, I really think that once this analysis that you're completing right now is done, the board may want to issue an LTA expanding on the one that I mentioned. And that I think is important. So that's something that the Board of Equalization can do, is take all this information and then develop it in some kind of measure or LTA, which makes recommendations as to the kinds of things that we're trying to resolve today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me turn to my colleagues and see what questions, if any. Chair Gaines has one for
Yeah,
you.
just a statement. I like your suggestions, Assessor Stone, and I think an LTA would be interesting to take a look at. And I think what you're describing is you need a matrix in terms of how you would go through the process of a property tax appeal, the correct steps. I want to make sure I'm capturing.
Exactly,
Yeah, okay,
exactly.
excellent. And that would be in the form of kind of a best practice.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which makes it tough on the smaller rural counties too, right? Because if you don't have the resources, how valuable is that? But there are, medium-sized and larger counties for which they could benefit from that. And I like the idea. Thank you.
Now, I'm very sensitive to the fact that a county like mine has the resources that counties like Kings or Butte or others may not have. But the process is still the same. Still and so I'm empathetic to counties that are smaller and maybe don't have the sophistication, understanding from their board members of the seriousness of this whole process of assessment appeals.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Controller, I think, has a question for you, too.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Great to see you, Assessor Stone. Is there a good pool of potential board members that satisfy your criteria, or are they all just reappointed?
Well, the assessors have to be very careful about integrating or getting too much involved. So I don't pick people that are possibly meet the criteria, the special criteria that we have, but we try to get out into the community. In other words, we get out into the the professional associations of appraisers or attorneys or something like that, and let them know that there are people that we're interested in, or let them know which board member has an open appeal or open appointment, those kinds of things. But we got to make sure that the assessor is not getting involved in picking certain people that would be best for the Assessment Appeals Board. We have to avoid that because of the conflict of interest. But we can also talk to people in the community about what's open, what's available, and what the criteria, the policy is by our county for sitting on an Assessment Appeals Board.
Sir.
And then they can contact the board members, or the board members can contact them.
Got it. It's certainly a fine balance. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Stone.
Any other questions from Mr. Stone? Looks like we're good. Wanted to thank you again for your time and expertise on this issue, and looking forward to working with you as we move forward with possible resolutions or suggestions to hopefully expedite this process. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, it looks like we're in time for a little break here. What do we need, 10 minutes? All right, we'll take a quick 10-minute break. All right, I'm getting the sign, we're good to go, so we'll go ahead, let's bring it back to order here. We'll start with our speaker number 4, who's actually in person with us today from Deputy County Counsel for Assessment Appeals Boards from Santa Clara County, Bhavit Mavatvani. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad, but who will be here speaking to us and on the whole refund delays issue and the appeals process. Welcome. And just, I guess we'll turn the mic on there for you. There we go.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Gaines, honorable members of the Board of Equalization. Bhavit Madhvani, Deputy County Counsel from the County of Santa Clara. I advise our Assessment Appeals Board there. Thank you for inviting Santa Clara County to participate in this work group. We're excited to partner with you to improve the assessment appeals process to make it as efficient and easy as possible for all stakeholders. In Santa Clara County, the average days from date of filing the assessment appeal application to when the applicant has their first hearing before the AAB are as follows. I brought numbers for 2023 and 2024 for you to have. For commercial appeals in 2023, it was 432 days. And for single-family homes, it was 412 days. That's from 2023. In 2024, those numbers decreased and we saw some efficiencies. So for commercial hearings, it was 390 days from the filing of the application to the very first hearing before the AAB. And for single-family residential, 383 days. Now, what those numbers don't capture is delays in hearings based on postponement and continuance requests made by applicant after the COB sends a notice of the first hearing, but before the matter actually comes before the AAB. So COB sends notice for the hearing, applicant may exercise a right to a postponement continuance, and then the hearing gets pushed out. One of the primary reasons for hearing delays that we see in Santa Clara County comes from taxpayer confusion in completing the assessment application itself, the assessment appeal application itself. I think in our opinion, homeowners don't often understand which boxes to check for their appeal and sometimes check multiple boxes or simply check the other box as a catch-all, as a default. And incorrectly completed applications lead to significant delays in resolving the assessment appeals. They require the COB to issue edit letters to the applicants who must then resubmit a corrected application. And on the occasion that an incorrect application makes it before the AAB, it usually results in a delay of itself. So you can imagine a circumstance where an application is checked to challenge a base year value for a change in ownership. But really, the applicant wants to contest primarily that no change in ownership took place. And if the board does find change in ownership, then wants to contest the value issue after that. But if the proper boxes aren't checked and it comes before the AAB for just the base year value issue, the assessor won't be ready to talk about the legal issue of no change in ownership and a continuance will be needed. So these delays are the result of the assessment appeal application itself being written in a way that's not easy for many self-represented applicants to understand. So that leads to our first recommendation for the board, which is to revise the assessment appeal application itself to make it easier for taxpayers to communicate what they intend to appeal, thereby minimizing confusion for taxpayers and delays to the overall AAB process. Another reason it's difficult for taxpayers to complete the application itself is because there's not an easily accessible free resource for taxpayers to receive support when they complete their assessment appeal applications. Now, in Santa Clara County, both the clerk of the board and the assessor's office do their best to answer taxpayer questions as they go through the process, but they do this in addition to their many other mandated duties that they have to perform under the law. And so our second recommendation is that the Board of Equalization advocate for the creation of an assessment appeal self-help center, similar to how a superior court has a self-help center. Homeowners who have appeals can receive support, perhaps by Zoom or telephone. And while there's, of course, a cost to establishing such a center, it would create savings in the overall process, and in our opinion, drastically decrease taxpayer frustration and confusion with the process itself. A third issue with the assessment appeals process relates to language accessibility. Santa Clara County is a very diverse county, with some estimates providing that over 50% of households speak a language other than English inside their home. For our county, those languages are primarily Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Vietnamese. So our third recommendation is that the assessment appeals process should include tools to support property owners who may not be comfortable communicating legal or value evidence in English, including forms and guidance used in the assessment appeals process. So whether that's things like publications 29 and 30 that applicants are commonly referred to when going through the process, those should be available in a myriad of languages to support the taxpayers. A fourth and final issue regarding delays in the assessment appeals process is that AAB agendas are filled with hundreds of items to hear on a given day, with a mix of commercial and residential applicants with legal and value issues. But I think what we generally know from our experience is that residential value appeals are much less complex and require much less time than commercial or legal hearings. And so in counties like ours, where the Board of Supervisors has created both assessment appeals boards as well as hearing officers, applicants must affirmatively choose to appear before a hearing officer. If they don't grant that authorization, the COB, the clerk of the board, has to agendize them before an AAB. And what's important to know here is both assessment appeals boards and hearing officers are skilled in valuing residential property. Sometimes hearing officers might even have more experience on the residential side than AAB members who might be more commercial focused. So our fourth recommendation is that counties should be empowered to set residential value hearings before a hearing officer without requiring an applicant to affirmatively authorize appearing before the hearing officer. This shift would actually minimize wait times for residential appellants on the day of their hearing as well, because they're not waiting behind complex hearings to finish that can often take hours when their single-family residential Proposition 8 appeal might take 15 or 20 minutes to hear. Thank you again for the opportunity to present today. I welcome any questions you may have for me.
Thank you, and thank you for staying under time here. We have a couple of questions. Let me start with our Deputy Controller.
I want to thank you, sir, for your presentation. Very, very concise, and I like all the recommendations. I was taking some notes here. And just across the state, are there any self-help centers that the BOE can look at as an example, or is this more of a prototype you're looking at?
I believe it would be a prototype, but I haven't affirmatively reached out to other county council offices to see if there's something within other counties that fashions this.
I mean, if you could do so, that would be very, very helpful. And I'd love to follow up with you on that. Thank you.
I'm happy to. And is there a way I can communicate that back to you?
Yeah, we'll share business cards afterwards, yeah.
Thank you.
Our Chair Gaines, I believe, has some questions for you as well.
Yeah, kind of in the same category in terms of the self-help center. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is does that fall within our jurisdiction as the BOE? Could we, because I think, we've used our website for like Prop 19 that provides a lot of guidance for our constituents in terms of what to do on a Prop 19 issue. And I don't know if something similar could be used with regards to assessment appeals. So I just want to make sure, I don't know if we have the authority or not. So.
We're going to have to investigate.
Okay.
Okay. And we can always, expand our website for filing applications, but they're really going to be going to the assessor's website or the AAB's website.
Sure. Okay.
So we have to see how we could put something together and then share with them.
Maybe we could assist
Yes.
in creating it
Yes.
and not run it.
Yes.
Something like that. Okay. And then also, since I have your executive director in terms of the assessment appeal application, is that something you're open to?
I've taken a look at it a couple of times, and it is definitely on our list of items to review and make it a little bit more user-friendly.
Yeah, if we make it user-friendly for our constituents, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Which includes certain language accessibility as well, so that having the form in different languages would be very helpful too, from what I'm hearing.
I think that would be very helpful. I don't believe that we have the resources to translate it, but we have the translate button, and I will work with the various counties to show you the translate button, and that might be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question if nobody else does. As you were talking about, especially some of these specific areas, I was just wondering what the BOE possibly could also do, especially as we're looking at some of these pre-hearing conferences. And you kind of touched a little bit on that.
Yeah, so pre-hearing conferences, in my experience, don't cause a significant delay in Santa Clara County. We tend to reserve those for items that it's pretty clear are going to be complex in nature, and it does help take out some of the evidentiary disputes that we might see. But I think because of the nature of how impacted the agendas are generally, and Assessor Stone spoke a little bit about the qualifications that our AAB members have. They're usually pretty great at narrowing in on hearings that might take some time and then special setting those on days so that they don't impact the rest of the agenda. It does obviously create some inefficiency having an item agendized and then pulling it off to a different day. But generally on the complex cases, those are parties that are represented and have been in some communication with the assessor's office. So there's an idea that they might make a mutual request to have a special set pre-hearing conference.
And then what about the AAB members themselves in terms of some of the training they're receiving or maybe need to possibly update some of that?
So in our county, we do have training for the AAB members that come on board. As AAB counsel, I'm involved in that. And we do have within our board policy manual, as Assessor Stone mentioned, a higher threshold for AAB appointments than what the RTC might require or what the property tax rules might require. And so from our county, I think, training is always great, but I do think we're in a pretty great position for that.
Appreciate it. Any other questions? I don't see any others here. Thank you, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. With that, is the next speaker actually here or is it on? I have Ann Moore, the Assistant Clerk from the Board of Supervisors of San Diego County. Oh, I see her on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable board members. My name is Ann Moore, and I am an assistant clerk of the Board of Supervisors here in San Diego County. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and contribute to these important discussions. We are grateful to again share our perspectives and to support the board's efforts to strengthen the assessment appeals process statewide. I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief as some of them echo ideas and sentiments already raised by other speakers, but I'd like to highlight a few key areas where we believe that targeted, scalable changes could make a meaningful difference across jurisdictions. First, we are also seeing major issues with excessive premature filings, particularly from large firms who file in bulk with no clear evidentiary basis. These cases are often withdrawn later, but they create a significant administrative burden, take up valuable hearing time, and create backlogs that delay legitimate cases. We suggest requiring at a minimum that professional filers file a brief statement of the basis of their appeal beyond just the checkboxes on the applications at the time of submission, along with an affirmation that they have a good faith reason to proceed. This simple requirement could dramatically reduce speculative filings and allow us to focus on the cases that really need review. Second, we continue to experience a high volume of postponement requests, routinely exceeding the 2 allowed as a matter of right. Many of these delays originate from the appeals that were filed prematurely, before the parties had even identified a basis to proceed. This not only clogs hearing calendars, but creates major scheduling challenges for clerks, ultimately delaying hearings for taxpayers who are ready and eager to move forward towards resolution. Without clear statewide guidance on what qualifies as good cause, clerks and appeals boards are left with limited tools to manage timelines or curb repeat delays. We would welcome the board's leadership in establishing clear standards and promoting accountability around good cause. Doing so would help keep the process moving efficiently while ensuring fairness for applicants who are prepared. Related, we also believe there's a need for additional training and support for appeals board members, especially on topics like valuation techniques for business and personal property. Down here in San Diego, we have a lot of marine appeals, and then things like Prop 19 cases. To that end, we are taking initiative at the county level. Similar to LA County, we've been working with our county council to provide supplemental training throughout the year for our board members, but we don't have the subject matter experts in all areas. And we also recognize that not all other counties may have the capacity to provide this training locally. We also urge the board to invest more in robust taxpayer education materials. Right now, many of the resources available are overly technical or hard to understand, especially for applicants with limited English proficiency. Even the instructions on the application are daunting. This leads to incomplete or invalid appeals, unnecessary postponements, and frustration on all sides. Clear, multilingual, easy to understand materials developed and distributed by the BOE would be a game changer. They'd help taxpayers make informed decisions, reduce mistakes in applications, and ultimately improve the efficiency of the entire system. Finally, we've reviewed the recent input submitted by CADA and recognize that they've identified several important issues deserving of this discussion. But at the same time, we would respectfully offer a note of caution regarding the suggestion that Los Angeles County be used as a model for statewide implementation. LA County processes up to 50,000 appeals annually with approximately 40 full-time staff members dedicated solely to the assessment appeals process. While San Diego County is also considered a large county, we manage a significantly smaller volume, about 6,000 appeals per year, with just 5 full-time staff. This highlights the reality that even among California's large counties, Los Angeles operates at a scale that is vastly different and in many ways unique. As such, while LA has developed amazing and innovative practices, its size, staffing, and infrastructure make it an outlier and not a practical benchmark for counties across the state, including other large counties like ours. For medium and small counties, many which have fewer than 1 full-time staff member, attempting to replicate that model is out of reach. We urge the board to ensure that any recommended reforms are scalable and adaptable to counties of all sizes. Otherwise, even well-intentioned changes could place an unsustainable burden on under-resourced jurisdictions. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to speak today and for your continued commitment to improving this process. We're proud to be a part of these efforts and wish to assist as much as we can. So thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Mora. And I know you participated a couple years ago back when we
Yes.
first started this process. So really appreciate your time and expertise. And I'm glad you brought up the issue because, many of us, well, especially me, my district, with having LA County, that's kind of a unique situation. Obviously, their resources, even when you compare it to some of the other ones what I think are pretty good size, like yourself, San Diego, and I'm assuming San Francisco's probably in the same situation. So thanks for bringing that up to our attention, reminding us again. I'm just wondering, as we're moving forward, though, given your experience and now your work with this over these last few years, is there some recommendations that we've heard from, especially from counties like yours that are, we kind of lump in that large size, even though maybe the resources aren't there, especially as we compare it to LA County, moving forward that we maybe need to maybe focus in on or look at, including maybe some of your highest priorities for solutions moving forward?
I think overall, what we would benefit the most from is additional training materials for our board members and then for the public. We have a lot of individuals who come in and ask questions that are kind of beyond the scope of what we can provide without broaching into legal advice. And so having a more robust, even explanation of what the different appeal types for our applicants would be a huge lift for us. We're trying to develop some of our own, but we also have somewhat limited resources and can't tackle everything at once. We worked with our county council. This is kind of speaking to the gentleman from Santa Clara County's point as well. We reached out to our county council to see if there would be any legal aid society or similar organization that might assist with providing legal advice for those taxpayers who had questions. And there really isn't anything out there. The legal aid societies that generally assist with civil cases or criminal cases aren't educated enough on property tax issues to provide support. And so there really isn't a place for us to refer taxpayers who have more questions than really that is appropriate for either us or the assessor to answer. But for so many of those cases, once they get that information, we see those withdrawn because what they really needed was additional information.
Thank you. Let me have, Deputy Controller, I believe, has some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Just kind of following up on that, has there been any discussion with the tax or real estate section of the state bar or some other bar governing programs to get this legal advice ongoing and rolling, especially when it comes to the bulk filing problems?
We've reached out to the bar, county councils reached out to the Bar Association and various legal organizations or clubs within the county, and we really haven't had anybody who is comfortable assisting in that way.
Understood. Maybe that's something that the board can help with. And then also my second question, are there strict postponement rules in effect?
Just strict postponement rules. We're looking for good cause. I think board members are erring on the side of caution because they don't feel that they have clear understanding of when they can push back and say, this isn't good cause. And so I think that's an area where we really could use some additional guidance from the board so that we can help our board members. There have been, questions about, I don't want this to end up in Superior Court, that we ruled wrong on this. We want to make sure that they get their day and their due process. But we definitely see some appeals with 5 and 6 postponements across the course of it.
Understood. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I believe our chair, Mr. Gaines, has some
I've got a
questions.
question in reference to cause, because I don't think we have the authority to determine cause, do we? I mean, is that driven by statute?
Good morning, Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. So I'm not aware of any specific statutory definition of good cause. I think typically the way that it's been viewed is there are penalty provisions that allow the abatement of penalty for, it's not exactly termed good cause, but there are reasons why penalty can be abated, and oftentimes courts and AAB members will look to those definitions.
Right, okay, because, and I'll speak to you directly, Ms. Moore, because you're indicating legitimate applications, so that means you're also intimating illegitimate applications. And so I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I would think that any application that's submitted would be legitimate.
And perhaps that's the wrong word, but what I'm talking about is applications that are filed in bulk, just in case they might have a basis for appeal. We see a lot of larger firms file every client they've ever represented. And then 6 months down the line, when they finally get to that, they withdraw because they determine there isn't a basis for appeal.
Okay, all right, very well, thank you. I just want some clarity on that.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good. Thank you for your time. And once again, thanks for hanging in there with us. I know this has been a long process, but hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it here real soon.
Thank you. We really appreciate being a part of this.
Thank you. Looking at the agenda here, I guess, is this appropriate time to take the lunch break then?
Why don't we continue?
Oh, you want to go one
Try
more?
to finish this item?
I have number 6, Brooke Hill, the Chief Deputy Assessor from San Diego County. Is she on the line?
I
Ms.
am.
Hill?
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. Well, thank you. First off, thank you for this opportunity to weigh in on the appeals process. My name is Brooke Hill. I'm Chief Deputy Assessor of Operations in San Diego County. But just to give you a little bit of my background, I actually started my career in Ventura County, where I spent 18 and a half years. The last 14 of those, I was directly involved in the appeals process. So I came to San Diego County just last year, where I also have a hand in the appeals process here as well. And so there's lots of issues that affect the timeliness of filing. I know some have touched on the access to electronic filing. Ms. Moore was able to outline issues related to the appeals process in San Diego. So I'd like to focus specifically on 2 issues that are specific to assessors that lengthen the appeals process. And I think Mr. Vlahakis had stated that the exchange of data or the discovery process, as I have it on my slide here, is the biggest issue related to the hearing process. And then I'd also like to address how findings of fact are dealt with, and then potential solutions for both of those issues. So I think to start off, I'd like to give a little bit of background here and just point out that appraisals and assessment appeals are data-driven processes. And just to put that in perspective, if you can think about what would be required to hire a fee appraisal to do an appraisal on a complex property like a shopping center, the appraiser, as part of their engagement agreement, they would request things such as recently completed fee appraisals, 3 years of rent rolls, 3 years income and expense statements, property acquisition details, new construction costs, things like that. The data that assessors are requesting is virtually identical, and it's essential to being able to arrive at the fair market value of the property, which is what's required by the code. And so, as you know, 441D is what provides access to information about the subject property upon request. And I just want to point out that it is mandatory that the data be made available. Specifically, it says that it shall be made available and it shall be transmitted within a reasonable amount of time. And then on the flip side, 408 is what would provide the owner or agent's access to assessor records for the property under appeal. So one of the biggest reasons for delays in the appeals process is that, as several people have already stated today, that the information is not completed or provided, I should say, timely, and is strategically delayed in responding to 441D requests timely. So what this does is it leads to significant administrative burden for the assessor's team to process the appeals, to try to track down the data. And the vast majority of the time, the data that's requested does exist. There has been rare circumstance in my experience where data that was initially requested was determined not to exist. And ultimately, the assessor and board would agree that you can't compel data that doesn't exist. So I just want to clarify that we're just looking for data that exists that is required to be provided. And so the same rules, I just want to point out, the same rules are required to apply to the board, the applicant, and the assessor. And so it's important that the board also be required to uphold 441D and ensure that there is full disclosure of available information prior to the hearing. So what is the proposed solution to this? I think Mr. Vlahakis did a fine job with his solution. So just to kind of expand on that, it's to require that the relevant data under 441 and 408 be exchanged well in advance of the hearing to avoid excessive continuances. So some will argue there is a remedy in the code 441H, which would allow the assessor to request a continuance if it's presented at the hearing. The agent is equally entitled to a continuance if information isn't provided under 408. The issue with that, however, is that 441H doesn't allow, it allows the data to not be disclosed as required by 441D. So LTA 2020-33, which amended the assessment appeals manual, it does touch on it and this topic and suggests that a continuance may be in order. However, the request is that the guidance go a little bit further to clarify that if the information isn't provided on either side, it should be automatically considered good cause for a continuance. So to be more specific, the proposed solution on this discovery issue is to clarify that good cause for a continuance, which is described in Property Tax Rule 323C, that includes incomplete 441D responses. And then the second is to update Property Tax Rule 305.2, which relates to pre-hearing conferences, to require them and agree upon deadlines for exchange of information. And so this would alleviate a significant amount of staff time that's currently dedicated to trying to track down data and prepare for a hearing where incomplete data has been provided. And then the second issue I wanted to touch on briefly is findings of fact, and specifically who is required to write findings of fact. Property Tax Rule 325B allows the board to request any party to submit proposed written findings. This causes significant administrative burden on the assessor. And so there's two proposed solutions to this. The first is to revise that property tax rule to allow the board to request written findings only when both sides are represented by an attorney, or alternatively require that the board's counsel prepare them. There's already provisions in the code to allow the clerk of the board to charge for written findings of fact. Either solution would put the preparation of complex legal documents in the hands of attorneys instead of appraisers who are trained to value the property and not write complex legal documents. So with that, I again, want to focus on these two issues. I can't stress the importance enough of improving the discovery process. Addressing these issues in particular would streamline case management across the state, and it would allow appraisers to focus on appeals and ensure that we keep the appeals process a data-driven process. So thank you again for the opportunity to bring these issues up, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, and really appreciate your expertise on this, especially as we're moving forward. And I know it is important to kind of keep both of these perspectives between the assessors and the AABs from counties on the appeals process. I was just wondering, where do you feel the BOE can be the most helpful in streamlining some of these issues you've encountered?
Specifically in providing more guidance on what good cause for a continuance is, and providing more guidance for when data needs to be provided and what data needs to be provided. It's already outlined in 441 that the data shall be provided, but making sure that's upheld throughout the appeals process would ensure that we are able to arrive at a fair market value conclusion with all of the appropriate data.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleagues and see if there's any questions. Looks like we're all good. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and once again, for your continued support on this issue as we move forward. We're hoping that at the end of the day, we'll come up with some good solutions and possibly some good recommendations moving forward.
Thank you so much.
With that, now we're at the 12 o'clock hours. Is this a good time to take a break? Let me look at the staff here.
It's up to you if you'd like to.
What's the will of the, we have two
I
more?
should mention that Assessor Tudor is not available after 1 o'clock, so if we take a break now, we will not hear from him today.
Oh, you want, let's,
We have two more speakers under this
all right, let's do it.
AAB.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do it.
All right, so then, on my list, I have Mr. John Tudor, I believe. Is he on the line? He's the County Assessor and Technology from Napa County, who actually hosted us just recently at this conference. And I see him on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I'm going to cover all three items, if I may, because I have a commitment this afternoon, and I'll be brief on all of them, and perhaps I can answer any questions on all three. So on your first item about the assessment appeals process and making it better, I certainly respect what Brendan Vlahakis said in terms of this is the clerk of the board's issue and not the assessor's issue. I'm here today as a former supervisor from 73 to, and that's 1973 to 1980. And during that time, I served on the local Board of Equalization. So I've sat on both sides of the assessment appeals process. I also am currently a member of the governing board of the California County Assessors Information Technology Authority, which was and is a JPA formed to help provide statewide solutions for assessors through funding that we receive from the Department of Finance. I want to just offer the Joint Powers Authority infrastructure, which we currently have in terms of staff, experience in dealing with trying to find solutions to statewide technology problems that would benefit all counties. Of course, per Mr. Vlahakis's concern, which we share, if we were to participate, it would be kind of a joint venture between ourselves, perhaps as the administering agency, but the clerk of the boards and perhaps the BOE being part of that process. And of course, funding would have to come from a different source than the monies we've been allocated for providing assessor-related solutions across the 58 counties. I do want to mention that the AAB statewide portal could perform in much the same way as what I'm going to cover on the next two items. So that was my point on the first item. We stand by ready and willing to cooperate either as a mechanism to work with clerks of the board and the BOE, or in any way that we can to promote with correct funding some kind of statewide assessment appeals board portal that would mimic much of what Los Angeles is trying to do, but would be available to all counties, large and small, to hopefully put in place a system that could work for all, that might have such controls as were mentioned by several of the speakers about mass filings. They might be required to meet some kind of a test that, of course, would have to be statutory, et cetera. But those are the kinds of things that, on behalf of our board, I'm here to offer our willingness to participate. On your next item, technology for all counties, again, I just want to repeat that we are in the process of doing that, and I'm going to cover where we are at the moment under item 4, which is Prop 19 challenges. But I did want to say that we are welcome to pursuing additional ideas once we know what our funding resources will be for all assessors, once we've completed our first project, which I'll talk about in a moment. And we do see statewide solutions and the role of the JPA in assisting to be very valuable, and we're ready to cooperate. I would, as the chair of the ad hoc committee on future projects, I would be the contact with the BOE or with clerks of the board if they wanted to pursue some kind of a joint venture moving forward. And then finally, Member Vasquez and members of the board, on item 4, Prop 19 challenges, I do want to bring you up to date on where we are with the Joint Powers Authority. We received funding from the Department of Finance. We were created, I believe, back in 2023 or 2022. A Joint Powers Authority was required by the legislative vehicle that gave us the funds. We can represent all 58 counties. Not all counties are yet members, but a number of counties are members, approaching half or more of the counties in the state. And we are managing these funds, and our first project, and the timing is perfect for your work group, Member Vasquez, is a Prop 19 and welfare and other exemption portal. We just on Monday, the 28th, released the request for proposals for an enterprise system to provide that portal to all 58 counties, not just the members of the JPA. Of course, there will be operation and maintenance costs once the portal is created and ongoing. The RFP response will point out what those costs will be, and counties can decide if they want to do that. One of the speakers earlier mentioned it's vital that there be interaction between whatever AAB solution is created and the assessor's system, how they track it and what we do. As you were aware, and it was mentioned by one of your speakers, the megabyte system, which supports 36 counties out of the 58 on their property tax side, including the tax collectors and the auditor controllers, does have a clerk of the board function, which is attempting to help integrate the clerk of the board, who controls that function, by the way, with the assessor so that there's data transfer between the two. But getting back to the JPA and our RFP, one of the main requirements of our RFP is that whatever solution is proposed for the Prop 19 and exemptions portal be interactive with all assessor systems. The 36 that are megabytes, 7 or 8 that are another company, some counties that have their own system, and that is one of the requirements of the RFP. And we would expect that if we enter into any kind of a joint venture with clerks of the board and the BOE on an assessment appeals portal, that same kind of requirement would be built in. So we are hoping to contribute to technology for all counties. We are looking forward when this RFP is responded to. We should make that decision towards the end of the summer. It's been released today. There's question periods, then there are response periods, then there is a waiting and scoring time. And then our committee, I'm also the chair of the ad hoc committee on the RFP process, a separate committee. We will be making a recommendation to the board of directors of the JPA sometime later this year, not very late this year, and hopefully we'll have the Prop 19 and exemption portal up and running in the not too distant future. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for accommodating my schedule and for allowing me to speak on all 3 items, but I hope to do that cogently and briefly, and I'm welcome to any questions.
Yeah, I appreciate your time and your commitment, especially the institutional knowledge that you're sharing with us. I know you've been around for some time in different roles, wearing different hats, so that's been really helpful. Looks like, let me start with our chair. Member Gaines has some questions for you.
Yeah, I do. Great, thank you. And thank you, Assessor Tudor. I appreciate your comments. And I'm focusing on this technology, the technology comments. So I'm trying to figure out Butte County and the questions that they were asking. With this portal that you've been working on, would that be could that solve a problem in terms of providing the necessary software to operate the appeal process in a county?
No, it would not, Chair Gaines, because of the issue correctly raised by Brendan Vlahakis, that this is a clerk of the board issue. You've heard from some of the most accomplished clerks of the board across the state. We would be happy to take this technology, which I believe could be easily expanded to an AAB portal. It would first of all have to be under the direction of the clerks of the board, and to the extent the BOE was involved, to BOE. But our technology and the lessons we've learned from this RFP and the structure of the portal probably could be easily accommodate an AAB portal for what that would do. Okay. It would not necessarily manage all of the timing and scheduling and those kinds of things, but it would be a front end, much like was described by the wonderful Ms. Tran from LA County Clerk of the Board.
Okay, and this is separate and distinct from Megabyte? Because you had indicated
yes.
that 36 counties are using Megabyte and that there is there's a, I don't know, a software section there for clerks.
That's correct,
way
but
to
not
describe
all 36 counties are having it. I think your speaker from Butte County testified to the fact that there is an expense related to it. And so not all counties have signed on, and it would not be a statewide issue or solution, of course, because there are only 36 of the 58 counties. Megabyte is not a bidder on the Prop 19 and exemption portal. They're happy with the role they provide, but they would not be a bidder, I don't think, on an assessment appeals portal if one were done as a joint venture. But they do stand ready and willing to help those counties that can use their existing clerk of the board module.
Great. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good. Thank you for your time and for hanging in there with us. I know you have especially other meetings to attend to, so I appreciate you were able to stick it out with us.
I appreciated the opportunity, Member Vasquez. Thanks for your leadership.
Thank you. With that, we have, I guess, one more we're going to slip in here before lunch, and is Paul Waldman. I only believe he's here from the Ryan Group. If you would come on up. And you're here on behalf of CADA, I believe, right? You're here on behalf of CADA, right? Yes.
There we go. Yes, I am here on behalf of CADA. I'm a member and past president of CADA, the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. I started out, I've been on both sides of this issue. I worked as deputy assessor at the LA County Assessor's Office for 8 years and have since been a consultant for the last 25 plus years. And honorable members of the board, Chair Gaines, members of the board, really appreciate you allowing us to come here and speak before you. Member Vasquez, thank you for putting this together. So with regard to delays on the appeals process, as we know, the appeals include many different types of grievances, such as assessment versus market value, erroneous reappraisals, tangible personal property audit results, methodology regarding complex property classes, and legal interpretations thereof. There's a broad range of property types, from very simple residential to very complex legal issues, and very complex properties. These hearings can range anywhere from 15 minutes for a residential property to many days on some more complex properties, hotel properties, intangible issues, et cetera. It's been determined by a survey of practitioners and local assessors. Delays are a result of a combination of factors. Many people have spoken about that today, including the volume of appeals filed annually, the staffing limitations in local assessors, adequate training, which has been brought up a little bit with regard to appeals board members. And then, of course, you have the information exchange and request and exchange that has been brought up here as well. In addition to these factors, you have the waiver of the 2-year statute. So we have a lot of appeals where the 2-year statute has been waived. And so that creates the backlog that then feeds into the additional workload for the current year as well. In addition to that, of course, we had the Great Recession, we had COVID-19, we have various natural disasters that have compounded the problems. And of course, as we know, the assessor's office deal with many issues, not just appeals, right? They have processing changes of ownership, new construction, role maintenance, their administrative staff. So those are many of the issues that are causing a lot of the delays here. One thing I want to mention before I forget, there has been a lot of talk about mass filings from agents, and that is certainly a problem. There are agents out there that do that. We do want to point out that the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates has addressed a couple of those things within our membership. One, we have a very extensive ethics code that we belong to, part of which says that when we file an appeal, we have to make sure we're not filing frivolous appeals. In addition, we have also put out, we've stated to our members, recommending that any appeals that are going to need to be withdrawn are withdrawn timely. So we are trying to address that issue as an organization within our members. Some of the causes with regard to delays for the assessment appeal process, we kind of broke it up into there's major metropolitan counties and there's the smaller counties. In the major metropolitan counties, there's a lot of commercial and complex appeals that either will take all day or can sometimes take several days. And one of the issues that we find is that these cases are typically, like for example, hearings that have several days of that will take several days are often scheduled just for one single day. And what happens is you get through that day and then it gets continued for a few months down the road before the next day gets to be heard. And, things happen. Board members pass away, which has happened both in LA and Orange County, causing a lot of additional delays. In addition, it doesn't get rescheduled for several months because the boards are booked up. Right, so you have that 1 day hearing, but then you can't have a hearing for several days because there's no availability for several months, not days, months. The impact of that is exacerbated, as I said, when board members pass away, when they retire, when they're not renewed for a three-year term. In smaller counties, you run into this problem when you have multiple day hearings. Some of these counties only have 1 or 2 days a month of hearings. And so scheduling multi-day hearings for commercial and complex properties has the added complication that board members not available, there's no board meeting room available, board clerk's not available, et cetera. Suggestions for streamlining the appeal process. As you can imagine, we have some ideas. This has been brought up by several of the other people today, is stricter adherence to Rule 323 regarding postponements and continuances. We agree that there can be more guidance on that. Several people brought up the idea of having additional guidance as far as what is good cause, what I would call basically better hygiene regarding the postponements and continuances. I would agree with a lot of what has been said on that. Some of the things we thought about was requiring boards to make every reasonable effort to maintain continuous hearings, requiring continuances to be no more than 90 days unless the parties stipulate to a longer period, allowing continuances for more than 90 days where reasonable cause is shown, and not granting continuances to both the assessor and the taxpayer for continuance after the assessor, after one side has presented the case, sometimes there's a continuance, and that's not fair to either side. One of the issues that we also wanted to point out was, particularly with regard to pre-hearing conferences, there are some counties that end up, I'm told, will grant serial continuances and requests relating to requests for information. We believe that if there's, for example, a pre-hearing conference and if the hearing is stated to, if the information is stated to not be available or won't be provided, that should be it, and it should be really up to the board at that point to determine whether they felt they need to require the information, et cetera. And so one of the issues, and this is a smaller issue among the other things, that are these sort of serial continuances for requests for information. One of our recommendations is better training for Assessment Appeals Board members, which again has also been brought up several times. Certainly want to commend Assessor Stone, who talked about how they brought up the level of requirements for board members in Santa Clara. And I think in general that is quite important. That I think that's one of the primary things that need to be done is better training. It can be a little frustrating when you're presenting to a board and you can tell their eyes are glazing over because they have no idea what you're talking about. And we've already mentioned, we talked about limiting the use of pre-hearing conferences to resolve compliance with discovery disputes. If there's a discovery dispute, then at that point I think it needs to be resolved by the Assessment Appeals Board. One of the recommendations we wanted to talk about was considering the use of docketing systems to track systems of appeals. Mr. Vlahakis, did I say his name right? Mentioned this earlier, and he was sort of opposed to this idea. And I think he sounds like he was opposed to the idea of sort of requiring the system among all counties. But generally speaking, the idea we think makes very good sense is to have some type of a docketing system, such as they have like in courts, that allows parties to get together, figure out what's needed, schedule dates either for a pre-hearing conference and or for the hearing, et cetera. And so we believe that that could significantly improve and reduce the continuances and postponements and improve the overall scheduling function. And it sounds like the Honorable John Tudor, from speaking in his position as at the CCAITA, has some ideas on that, and I think that certainly something should be looked into and pursued. I think that there's some very good possibilities there. Trying to streamline my comments because I know I'm standing between everyone and lunch right now. So the other major recommendation we have relates to adopting property tax rules relating to procedures for large, high-value commercial property and complex property appeals. That's something that hasn't really been brought up much yet today. One of the issues that we see is that there's sort of a one-size-fits-all approach to scheduling appeals. And so we might come to a hearing with what would be an all-day appeal or with some of my attorney colleagues, multiple day appeals, sitting in a room with people that have residential appeals or, smaller, more basic appeals, a simple industrial warehouse. And what happens is these large complex cases clog up the system. And so a lot of those hearings are going to get rescheduled. That's how a lot of these things get rescheduled. So we're recommending that that some of the counties adopt property tax rules relating to procedures for large and high-value commercial properties. Some counties, such as Santa Barbara and Merced, have adopted local board rules for the processing of assessment appeals for large and high-value complex properties. These rules remove those properties from the other appeals, thereby avoiding the systems of the one-size-fits-all process for most appeals. Putting them onto a separate track keeps, as I say, from clogging up the system. So a review of the Assessment Appeals Board rules for California 58 counties would show which counties have these rules set up for the for large and high-value properties. These rules can serve as a model for the SBE to adopt for use for appeals statewide.
Can we kind of wrap it up? I think we're a little over.
I think that was pretty much our recommendations regarding this particular topic, and I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. Let me turn to my colleagues and see if we have any questions. Start with our chair, Gaines.
Thank you. If I could, just in terms of separating the more complicated cases from maybe more simple or residential, I guess, in many cases. Do you know how many counties are doing that currently?
I don't. As I say, I know that we know of a couple. I think it was Santa Barbara and Merced. I don't know which other counties are doing that. So it might be worth a survey of the counties or something to see who's doing that and to collect the rules that the various counties are using to try and adopt a uniform standard set of rules.
Yeah, so some of that continuance is as a result of what? What's if they're combined?
Well,
so it's taking longer to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. So if you've got 10 taxpayers that are at a hearing, and one of those taxpayers is going to need all day, then somebody's getting rescheduled.
Right. Okay.
Right. And I can tell you that in some counties, they don't get through even some basic cases more than one or two in a day.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really, in general, is getting an idea of how long a hearing is going to take and scheduling the proper number of hearings within a certain day and a certain board.
Sure.
Would solve a lot of these problems.
How does a batch application that's been mentioned through the morning? How is that processed through a county clerk's office on an appeal?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
Well, there was complaints about batch applications on
like mass filings.
Yes.
I think that would be a question for the clerk of the boards.
Okay.
And I agree that and CADA generally agrees that these mass filings are not appropriate if they're not every application should be reviewed and determined that an appeal is needed. So I would agree that if there are companies out there that are just doing mass filings on everything, that's a problem and that should be addressed. I agree.
So they shouldn't be presented as a batch. Is that what you're saying? Should they be presented individually?
I think every case has to be presented as an individual filing. Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know that there's any other way you could do it. So yeah, that's the problem. So if somebody's making a mass filing, then they have to go through the system one at a time.
Yeah.
You can see how that could really clog up the system.
Sure.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, I'm impressed with the problems caused in a one-day case that might end up taking 18 to 24 months because of various factors. I wonder how much do the hearing officers earn? Is this an attractive job, or do they just say, gee, I've had it, and then there's a whole bunch of cases that they're going to not apply, and we lose their institutional memory? Are the salaries of the appellate members, they're not volunteers.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what their salary is?
I don't. That would be a question for the counties as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all public.
My guess is they don't earn a lot.
Huh?
I don't think they earn much.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned of. I think we need to invest a little more money as taxpayers in saying that the people making those decisions are encouraged to stay with it.
I would agree in general, both for the hearing officers but especially for the board members. And personally, I think professional boards would make sense for the large complex cases, where that's their job, they're qualified to do it, and that would adjudicate a lot of the stuff and take some of that stuff out of the overall system.
Okay,
But
well, you
I
have my-
I agree with
You
you.
have my opinion on that, and thank you.
In agreement.
Deputy Controller, I believe, has a comment, and then I will come
I'm
back
sorry,
to.
yeah.
Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I follow you. When it says legislation to resolve delays and refunds to property taxpayers, you mentioned a bill sponsored by the California Auditor Controllers in 2024, AB 3134. What's the status of this bill?
That I don't know. I actually didn't put this together. I'm speaking on behalf of a couple gentlemen that put this portion together. So I'm not that familiar with that particular case. I'm sorry, what page was that on our?
It's on page 15, AB 3134, to terminate interest on property tax refunds in certain situations. But so it didn't go through? Did you?
I think it's
Oh.
the next item. coming
Okay,
up.
understood.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
We'll put that one on hold. Chair Gaines, go ahead.
So you're suggesting that counties, I guess in a perfect world, would have more than one board? You'd have a appeals board for sophisticated cases and then another for general cases?
Either separate, yeah. I mean, that would be ideal. Obviously, that would just be the larger counties.
Yeah.
You know, and/or a board potentially a board day dedicated maybe to certain cases.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, as far as the idea of like a professional board or higher qualified board, yeah, that's obviously something for larger counties. That's a very specific issue.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
With that, I think we're good. Appreciate your time, and we'll definitely be in touch as we move forward here.
Thank you.
And I understand, Ms. Taylor, is there somebody on the line that needed to speak? I was looking at my notes. There might be another county official. Are we able to check with
Yes,
AT&T?
I think if he'd like to turn his camera on, I believe that was Brendan Lahakis.
Oh, sorry, I just had noted to your staff that I could answer the question regarding board member stipends. Your board staff does gather data annually from all the counties as to what our stipends are. Generally, it's around $100 to $150 per day that assessment appeals board members receive. So it's very nominal. In my county, we still kind of refer to them as volunteers. LA County is the only county that I'm aware of that has adjusted their stipend to be more like a salary, and their board members are more like full-time employees. And I would defer to Jennifer Tran on any questions you have about LA. But for most counties, that stipend is set by our board of supervisors, and we agree. A lot of them haven't been adjusted in several number of years. But they are also generally set based on stipends that other boards make, such as if the county also pays a stipend to the planning commission. So adjusting stipends for assessment appeals board members would also result in the possibility of having to adjust stipends for boards and commissions across the board. And counties, it varies by size, but my county, for example, we're a medium-sized county, we have about 90 boards and commissions. So it's from a board of supervisors perspective, it's not just looking at the salaries for assessment appeals board members, it's all stipend compensated board members. So I hope that adds additional clarification. We do have some of our members on the line for public comment as well.
With that, I know we have some folks on the line, and then there's folks in the audience here. Is there anybody that needs to make a comment or has a question before we conclude this item? Nope.
If
Are
you'd
we
like,
able to check
can-
with AT&T by any chance?
Yeah, we
Ms.
could,
Taylor?
AT&T operator, could you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to speak on this topic?
Sure. If you have a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. In one moment, we do have one person in queue, and we'll gather their name. And again, if you do want to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we do have Thomas Parker. And Mr. Parker, your line is now open.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair Gaines and honorable members of the State Board of Equalization. This is Thomas Parker, Senior Deputy County Counsel for Los Angeles County. I wish to address 4 points that have come up on item 2 for your board's consideration. And I thank your board for taking the time to listen to all these issues. First of all, good cause came up. Good cause in courts of law and in administrative hearings, like and including AABs, are factually based decisions, which means you look at the facts of each continuance. You have rare exceptions like 441 and 408 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, which state that where one side wishes to introduce evidence that another side has asked for, but not seen until the hearing itself, then the side that wants to review the information can ask and should get under the statute a continuance for a reasonable period of time. But otherwise, it's a factual determination. Secondly, I respectfully disagree with the comment by Brooke Hill of the San Diego Assessor's Office regarding findings of fact. The State Board for many years now, and my involvement with your board goes back to 1998, has always encouraged the option for each AAB of either having the parties produce a proposed findings of fact or having a board member or the board's counsel prepare the findings of fact. This option should remain because, for instance, in Los Angeles, you've heard all the numbers we have. I'm not going to repeat those, but we have only 2 attorneys in all of Los Angeles County Council, which is about 400 attorneys overall, who handle AAB matters. We in no way can spend our time at AAB hearings just to get a feel for what the testimony is and what the arguments are. And therefore, it is crucial in a situation like Los Angeles to have have panels request proposed findings. And so that and I would also add as well that if assessors proposed findings need to address legal issues, all assessors council, there are assessors councils in all 58 counties, and they can always go to their assigned counsel to work on legal aspects of their findings of fact. Further, CADA mentioned as one cause of delays the 2-year waivers. I would note that under your existing Rule 323, and it's been in there a long time, the taxpayer has a unilateral right to withdraw any time waiver that they have granted, and a hearing must be scheduled within 120 days, 4 months, after the time waiver is withdrawn. Therefore, basically at any time, the taxpayer can decide they don't want the waiver to continue, and they don't need the assent of the assessor on that. I would also remark the CADA comments regarding the high value and or complex rules versus other rules. County economies vary. What is a high value subject property appeal in Colusa is not likely to be a high value or complex item in Los Angeles County. So if the state board wishes to get into the line drawing, how are they going to do that? Are they going to get information on the economies of all 58 counties to find out for County X what is high value and what isn't? And so I would respectfully ask the state board to keep that in mind as they think about that recommendation by CADA. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Bye now.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on the line? I think that's
There's
it.
no further participant. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't believe there's anybody in the audience that wishes to come up on this item. Not seen anybody? Then we'll go ahead. This will conclude this item on the appeals delays issue, and we'll take our lunch break now. We're looking at an hour from now, and I'm looking at 12:45, so I guess at 1:45 we'll reconvene. All right. Is AT&T set? We're ready. We're going to go ahead and get started. It's, I was looking at the wrong clock here. We're 1:45, we'll reconvene. And with that, Ms. Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, I guess we're on the property tax refund process, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So with that, let me just begin with some opening remarks, and then we'll call up our first speaker. First of all, I wanted to just thank everybody, especially Ms. Taylor, for pitching in here, helping us out. The issues we're going to be dealing here right now is going to be with the property tax refund process and looking where some of the hangups or delays may be, as well as where some improvements or streamlining could be accomplished. We understand the multiple local agencies are involved in the refund process, including the assessor, the AAB, the auditor, controller, and treasurer tax collector. Our focus today is primarily on the hangups or delays directly or indirectly related to the assessment appeals. And we'll start first with our first, actually, we had him up here. We're going to bring him back up. Mr. Montevino, there we go.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Gaines, honorable members of the board. Bhavit Madhvani again, Deputy County Counsel with the County of Santa Clara, where I advise our Assessment Appeals Board. Thank you for your invitation to speak on this item as well. I'll be very brief on this one. I have some data to present to you from our county that I hope is helpful in your consideration of how to handle this issue going forward, and what the timelines for property tax refunds look like in Santa Clara County. So data from our Department of Tax and Collections does not reflect a significant wait time in property owners receiving tax refunds for secured property tax assessments that receive a lower valuation determination, either through an assessment appeals board hearing officer or by stipulation. Those refunds are issued generally on average within 5 weeks. It can be very tempting, I think, to believe that processes should occur faster or mandate stricter timelines. But I think the reality is that there's so many steps involved for county employees, and the process and issuing of property tax refunds is more complex than we like to believe. So I just want to highlight for you a few steps that go into this. This isn't all encompassing, just to give you an idea of what county employees do when they process these refunds. They have to verify that the correct person, in fact, receives the refund, which isn't oftentimes the person listed. It's not even the same address potentially as where the subject property is. Oftentimes, the taxpayer property owner resides at a different address, so they have to confirm where to actually send it. They have to confirm whether the property owner has any delinquent tax bills for other years, or if they've requested to apply the refund to any other tax year bills. Interest has to be calculated that's owed to the taxpayer. Depending on the amounts, oftentimes supervisor or manager review and approval are needed. There's record keeping for documentation because these are all public funds subject to Public Records Act requests. And then there's the actual issuing of the physical refund check. There's about 8 or 9 more steps that I left out because they're a little more mundane, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of what it looks like in our county. But on average, we're talking about 5 weeks for pretty much most property tax refunds. Thank you again for having me. I'm happy to receive any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Madrani. And as we're listening to some of these issues that you brought up, actually last fall in our taxpayers' rights advocate hearing included communications challenges between the various offices involved. I had one quick question for you. Can you speak on how the refund process in Santa Clara County has addressed or is addressing that problem right now?
So I think in our county, like probably other counties, there's a couple of different departments involved, and the process will depend on what the hearing is about. So for example, if it's your standard Prop 8 for the current tax year, and then that, let's say a lower valuation decision is made by a hearing officer or board member or by stipulation, the clerk of the board will enter that amount as part of their hearing follow-up. That will then get transmitted electronically to controller treasurer, who will calculate the amount that needs to go out based on interest, which then goes to the Department of Tax and Collections, who issues the physical checkout. The longer ones are ones like, let's say, a Prop 19, where you have multiple intervening years, and there's a lower valuation decision, and then you need to have a calculation of a factored base year to the current year, or there's some other calculation that needs to be done by the assessor's office. That will then obviously require them to do that calculation, then come back to clerk of the board, who will then do it as part of their hearing follow-up, and then the same process that I talked about. But so the ones that involve a little bit longer timeline are the ones that are going back to assessor's office for calculation of factor base year value or Prop 19 values, things like that. In terms of communication, there's groups within each of those departments that are specifically there to handle these valuation decisions and communicate the property tax refund process. So in terms of Assessor Stone's point of having clear people in charge of certain things, I think those processes are there. Is it perfect all the time? Of course not, but on average, it works pretty well.
And even in the long process you mentioned, what kind of timeline are we, what is that usually, how long does that usually take?
I was told the upper range is 6 to 7 weeks. That's from the Department of Tax and Collections. Are there ones that fall above that? I'm sure, but for example, they told me the more straightforward ones usually take 3 to 4 weeks, which is why I fell to an average of about 5.
Thank you. It looks like Member Schaefer, and then we have a couple others that want to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manavi. You talked about a supervisor would approve a check of a certain financial amount. What is that financial amount?
I believe if it's over $50,000, then it requires a manager approval. I believe supervisors more periodically do review, probably more than just the $50,000. I don't know the exact frequency, but if it's $50,000 or above for the refund amount, then a manager review is required as well.
Has it been $50,000 for a long time, or is that recently inflation adjusted?
I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to follow up and find out how long that's been on the books if you would like.
Well, no, I don't require that. How is it compare with the amount in other counties, our larger counties? Do they have an amount, and is it like 50,000, or do you know?
I unfortunately don't know. I'm sorry, Member Schaefer.
I'm in favor of 3 weeks rather than 6 weeks. Anything you can do to speed up refunds. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. You mentioned the physical check being mailed. Do you also have an option for electronic transfer into the bank account, like such as a direct deposit, and will that shorten the time?
So I hope so, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm thinking no, just because of the process that I was given. Talked about confirming addresses that the check has to go to, but it would seem like that would be logical to have an electronic process. I just don't know the answer. I'm not assigned to advise the Controller Treasurer's Office, so I don't want to speak on behalf of that. But that's something I can get for you in our follow-up as well.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Chair Gaines. Oh, you're good. Oh. All right, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate you having me.
Next, folks, I think on the agenda, we might have had, we were supposed to have somebody else from LA here with us today, but they're no longer here. Well, they're not here because of, I don't know if people are aware, there's a huge strike going on right now in the county, and several of the staffers were involved with that. So with that, let me move on to our next speaker, which is Brad Marsh, the co-managing shareholder of Greenberg Terrain LLP and vice chair of CADA. And I believe he's here. Here we go. Come on up, Mr. Marsh.
Great, thank you. Thank you, members of the board. Thanks for having me here today to speak with you. This is a great workshop. It's excellent to see you taking the feedback here, really digesting it and searching for these answers. And I think that all the stakeholders here appreciate that. Today I'm here to talk about taxes, which, as we all know and appreciate, are a sensitive point of contact between the government and the citizens. When the county determines that a taxpayer owes it money, a bill is issued, and the bill is either due on a predetermined statutory date, our regular annual property taxes, December 10th, April 10th, or generally the last day of the following month. So it would really never be more than about 60 days if the government sent a taxpayer a bill. But there's no similar timing requirements attributable to refunds. There, as I'll discuss in a minute, are suggestions and sort of, you should do this type things, but nothing with teeth of any real significance. And as we've heard, Santa Clara seems to have a pretty fast timing on their refunds, but a recent questionnaire that went out and the counties responded to showed that the wait time for refunds after an assessment appeals board decision or a stipulation can be as many as 6 or 12 or more months in a county. And that's real money. There's no penalties for the county for this delay. There is, of course, some statutory interest, but that's generally of little solace to taxpayers. And frankly, from the government side, an unnecessary expense for the government to be incurring for any local county. So everyone really does benefit from some form of a timely refund when taxes are due to be returned. We've seen, and I think this is a problem that's acknowledged. And I don't think there's any debate that there is this problem in some counties with getting the refunds back. There was a bill, I believe, the deputy controller asked about it earlier, that was introduced recently. That was AB 3134. It did not go anywhere, which I think was wise, but it was a bill that would have cut the interest off for taxpayers if the amounts weren't paid to a taxpayer within 90 days, almost sort of providing an incentive. Not that I would, impute that sort of intent, but it would, certainly not a disincentive to speed up the process. There basically are two big problems as I understand it. And again, please understand that I do have sort of a limited viewpoint being from the taxpayer side. But we did do some research. We've explained, I've sat on calls with the LA County Task Force and talked to others. And the delays in processing seem to be primarily due to this sort of, this handoff process that was referenced by the earlier speaker, in moving it through the departments in the various portions of the county. I think Assessor Stone did an excellent job earlier of explaining how if you track things, you can see where the holdups are. And so but the real first thing that needs to be done is there needs to be a change made to the roll after there's a stipulation or an assessment appeals board hearing. There is a statute that already provides for that. It's Rev and Tax Code 1614. It provides for that to be done on a monthly basis, and then passed on and starts to move through the process. I think it would probably be worth investigating these handoffs a little bit more and trying to put either some best practices or perhaps some limitations or other sort of rules around when the handoff of the tasks should occur. The second issue that we hear a lot about is that in some counties, especially if the appeals have taken quite a while to be resolved, the county lacks the information by which to issue the refund itself. In other words, they may not have in a current system, in a current database, the payor of the tax itself. And so not really necessarily know precisely who paid it and therefore who to return it to. This problem is quite large, it's quite big. In our position letter, which we had lodged with the board and which you should have, we did propose 2 solutions. I don't believe that these are the only possible solutions to it. But I think it's one of these things where sometimes when the problem is complex, small, incremental, reasonable improvements you might hit the solve button. The first one was some suggested new language in the county tax collector manual. I won't go through that and read it in detail, but basically it simply cites to Revenue and Tax Code Section 1614 and explains that the rule change should happen within 30 days. And then also after that explains that the refund should be issued 30 days after that. We think that's in parity with what the government asks from taxpayers, being that the largest window the taxpayer would have to pay an unexpected bill would be 60 days. The second solution is a little more difficult, which is the sort of who do we pay the money to solution. There is precedent in prior law at the state level where they have passed laws allowing the applicant on the form to receive the refund in certain circumstances. Teeing off of that, we have included in our filing some draft language that would extend the number of circumstances in which the applicant on the application could be the person that received the refund without further exploration. Not a ideal or necessarily 100% perfect solution, but I think a good start. Some of the other items that have been tossed around as to help counties to be able to process these refunds include another common issue we see, which is oftentimes property taxes are not paid by the actual owner of the property. They're paid by an escrow company at closing. Or maybe they're paid by a mortgage lender. So oftentimes the mortgage lenders will require the money to be paid early, and then they'll be the one that pays the taxes. And that seems to be one large problem where the county wants to direct the funds back to the mortgage lender or the escrow agent. And maybe there are forms that could be created. Again, I know no one loves creating new forms necessarily, but it would be nice to eliminate perhaps some of these payees as legitimate folks that should receive money back when they're simply an intermediary in the process. And so there's those, and there are other ideas, but that's what I have to present here today. So thank you.
Thank you. Others, let me start with a couple of questions here. One from our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the conciseness of your presentation. So you mentioned the counties don't or not currently assess the penalty, but it is interest. So are you in favor of counties being penalized, and how would you calculate a penalty fee?
Gosh, I don't know if I want to answer the question about whether I'm in favor of counties being penalized. I certainly think there has to be some incentive or some way to motivate timely returns of refunds. I understand that there are multiple players. I don't know how you would necessarily go about trying to penalize, even if you were. So I think that's probably the best way I could answer it. I don't really want to go on record as being in favor of penalizing.
Thank you.
Chair Gaines, go ahead.
In terms of the timeframe for a refund, we had the deputy counsel from Santa Clara County, Maud Vani, speak to us with regards to a 5-week timeline. And so I was impressed that it was that quick, but I know that it varies drastically statewide. So what is, I think you mentioned 30 days, is that correct?
We were suggesting that 30 days time, which is already the law, to have the roll correction made, and then another 30 days for allowed. So a total of 60 days to get the taxpayer a refund, which would, Santa Clara, according to their statements today, would be well under.
Sure. And has there been discussion about interest paid on money held? Certainly there, with the IRS, if they're holding your money for a longer period of time, they're obligated to pay an interest rate and vice versa.
So the current, any refund you receive from the county at this stage, under law, is supposed to receive a refund of 3%, the greater of 3%, or what's called the county pooled apportioned rate. And that is the rate that the county is receiving on their own investments.
Yes.
And so the taxpayer is entitled to that under current law and does receive it.
They do, okay. All right, so there's not an issue there in terms of interest being paid out.
I believe there's always, I could probably tell you war stories over, a coffee or something one day, but there are, I would say 99% of the
Generally
time.
speaking,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, okay.
Not a problem.
So then it becomes just more of a question of efficiency and property owners getting access to that money, which they may need.
Yeah, and what's interesting here, and maybe I should have addressed in the comment a little bit earlier, is if it takes 6 months or 12 months for a refund to get issued, it's actually more complicated than just the taxpayer not getting their money. Because what's going to happen is that somebody might cautiously file another claim for refund or a assessment appeals application in the meantime, wondering if this is getting lost or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're clogging that system up.
Okay.
And then if you wait, if it's a whole year, that's a whole nother year's tax that's going to need to be calculated and
Yes.
returned by
Right.
someone at the county. So it's actually, the longer it takes, the more cumulative other things sort of become involved.
Sure. Okay. Well, we've had similar things with Prop 19 in terms of people moving, right? And then trying to get a refund for the taxes that they had prepaid and trying to move into the next house and creating cash flow issues. And maybe that's what we're discussing later here on the agenda, I noticed. But thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it.
Deputy Controller, I think, has another question.
Yeah, I did have another question. Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to speak to your second issue about the lack of information for the payor. So how can we solve that problem on a government end? I mean, the chairman and I, we're on the franchise tax board. We have quite an extensive database of taxpayers, but how does the county solve this issue? Do they look at the property tax roll, or do we do some outreach?
So with the caveat that it is a little difficult for me to identify the issue precisely because I'm in the private side and not in the government, the way it's been expressed to me so far is one aspect of it is a record retention issue. And so sometimes there just isn't a record of the payor. That may be solved by simply recommending or mandating records requirements. Again, I don't know if that's a great idea. I'm not a records guy, but that seems to me to be a pretty straightforward approach towards that type of an issue. The second sort of aspect of it is it's kind of is the wrong payor. It's the escrow company, it's the title company, it's the mortgage company, it's something along those lines. In those instances, you could pass a law, I think, or perhaps even some guidance on who could receive that refund in absence of, sort of positive documentation, and/or I think you could eliminate or figure out a better way to deal with these escrows and other intermediaries by making them report when they pay who they're paying on behalf of.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, as I noticed on the agenda, before we move on to the next one, is there any public comment or anybody that we know of written?
We do not have any written comments or anyone else in the audience. Would you like to go out to AT&T?
Let's go to AT&T.
AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on item 3, the property tax refund process?
Very good, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a comment, you may press 1 and then 0. And no one is queuing up. You may continue.
Thank you. With that concludes the presentation on the refund delays issue. Before we move on further, I just wanted to double check. Well, actually, I think I already let folks know that there was a couple, we missed one speaker because of the issue going on in LA. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to number 4 now, which is the impediments to incorporating technology in small and medium and large-sized counties. With that, we have, let me just open up with some remarks and then we'll get into our first speaker here. This item is focused on incorporating technology to address assessor and appeals-related administrative burdens for counties of various sizes. We understand that the counties of different sizes have different needs and different resources, and the technology updates sometimes are necessary to comply with the newer statutes and regulations like AB 1879 on e-signatures. We anticipate that this item will complement the other items to the extent that technology can be important and part of the solution. With that, we actually heard already from Mr. John Tudor on this item, so we'll go ahead and move on to our second speaker on this, and that's the Honorable Howard Leahy from Humboldt County Assessor, and I see him on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, Board. I appreciate it. I guess my talk will be pretty short. I want to reiterate what Assessor Tudor had talked about, a portal for assessment appeals, which would be beneficial especially for the smaller to medium counties. We just don't have the resources that maybe some of the larger counties do. So we are a megabyte county, and several years ago when we looked at incorporating their assessment appeal module, it was going to cost our clerk of the board about $30,000 a year plus setup costs. And it was just money that budget-wise we just don't have. Currently, our county is facing about a $14 million deficit in its upcoming budget. And so to try to incorporate outside programs like this, it's just not doable at this time. So having something like the portal that would kind of streamline the process. Right now, we both, I believe our clerk of the board as well as our office, the way we track our appeals is with Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. And even though I think we're pretty efficient to the way we are doing it, there's always room for improvement in incorporating technology. But that does take money, which right now, neither my budget or our clerk of the board's budget could afford to incorporate any outside sources to accommodate this kind of technology. We process in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 appeals a year, which isn't a lot, but compared to other counties. But when being smaller, we have multiple duties. So assessment appeals aren't the only tasks that we have. It's the same with our clerk of the board. And so managing these can be a daunting task. And so how we streamline these moving forward is critical. And incorporating some type of technology, like I said, with the portal would be so much more efficient for us. We currently have about 20% of ours to go to continuances. And again, that does drag out the process. And it, as well as the way we track them with our spreadsheets, it's a little cumbersome at times. And I think that, again, that there are ways that we can streamline this process. So hopefully, you know, going forward, I think that our county is not the only one facing some budget challenges, as well as across the state. Funding is, you know, whether we get grants, you know, more grants coming forward or not, that's going to be the critical piece to this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to my colleagues. I have a couple of quick questions. One, for the counties, I guess I'm looking, and you kind of touched on it, you know, that have with fewer resources for technology, what kind of process would be the most helpful or helped by this technology moving forward?
Ways to be able to track and process our assessment appeals. Right, like I said earlier, right now we track everything with spreadsheets, and so having this portal, I think, could streamline that process and make it a little bit more efficient than we are now.
And I'm assuming that you're talking about the portal that I've heard, I guess, from some of the assessors that it's centered around the whole Prop 19 issue, right?
Well, there's that one, but like Mr. Assessor Tudor talked about, is developing, that would be a separate one for something like assessment appeals. It's not currently in process, but it's been in discussion. And, but again, it depends on, we did get some grant funding for the portal for the Prop 19 piece of it. And whether or not there's any funding left over after that's completed or not is the top question. And if not, where would we find additional funding to do something like that?
Okay. Do we have any other questions from any of my colleagues? I don't see any hands. I think we're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
With that, we're going to bring back Mr. Paul Waldman from representing, I guess he's from the Ryan Group and also from CADA. Welcome back.
Thank you. So I attacked this from a little bit of a different perspective. I was kind of focusing a little bit more on the sort of e-signature, wet signature situation. And the issue that I was looking at was really where the e-signature situations comes in. It happens both with real property and personal property. With real property, we have applications, letters of authorization, waivers, et cetera. The bigger issue really enters in on personal property. With personal property, you know, you're obviously, it's primarily a filing, right? You know, so when we're talking about personal property compliance, we're talking about submitting 571L renditions. And when doing so, there are numerous methods for complying, right? There's electronic filing and there's paper filing. Within the electronic filing, there's different systems to do so. If you're doing a batch filing, if you're filing large number of returns, you can do batch filing. And there's a system that was created by the CAA, Webster Guillory in particular, called the SDR system, right? Secure Data Record. And the Secure Data Record system allows you to batch file through XML a large number of filings. Initially, there was an issue where some counties, I believe, were requiring wet signatures even on the e-filing. And in an attempt to To rectify that situation, they came up with AB 1879, which requires e-signatures if you e-file. It requires counties to accept an e-signature on an e-file. The issue that I'm seeing that we're running into is that you have this SDR system that is statewide, but counties can either opt in or not. And of the 58 counties, I believe it is 37 counties have opted into the SDR system. So all the rest of the counties, if you're trying to do batch filing, you're going to have to do that by paper. In addition to the batch filing system, the SDR system, there is the ESDR system. And the ESDR system allows you to individually file online specific renditions. So it's a much more cumbersome process because you have to do it literally one at a time and put all the information in on each one. And of the 58 counties, you had the 37 that have opted into the SDR. And of those 37, about 21, I believe, have opted into the ESDR system. In addition to the ESDR system for single online filing, there is also Megabyte has a filing system in addition to the other things that they provide for the county. The Megabyte system, I believe there's something in the neighborhood of 21 counties that use the Megabyte system for online personal property filing. There's, I believe, 3 counties, the very small ones, Colusa and 1 or 2 others, that have no e-filing at all. What happens when I'm talking to practitioners who do a lot of personal property filing, I don't, but in surveying the ones that do, the issue that they run into is that there are now multiple systems that they need to file with. They need to file some on SDR, some on ESDR, some on Megabyte, some by paper. It's not worth it. So they do it all by paper. It makes more sense to use one process to do everything. And so that one process ends up going back to doing it all manually by paper. So I believe that that's really one of the biggest things that needs to be looked at is to try and develop some more of a consistent statewide process for filing. And that would eliminate a lot of the signature issue if people can do more filing online, particularly with 1879, because now they would have to accept the e-signature. With regard to wet signatures in general, from what I understand, the issue with counties not accepting e-signatures or facsimile signatures of some sort is it's a verification issue. The guidance is that the use of digital signature shall have the same force and effect as the use of a manual signature if and only if it embodies the following attributes. It has to be unique to the person using it. It's capable of verification. It is under the sole control of the person using it. And it's linked to data in such a manner that the data were changed, the digital signature is invalidated, and it conforms to regulations adopted by the Secretary of State. So that's the guidance on e-signatures. The key here appears to be that number 2. It is capable of verification. At least from in discussions I've had with assessor personnel, that's the problem, is it's not verified. And so the question then becomes, is there a way to solve that in such a way that people can use digital signatures on a more wide scale basis? Obviously, the first solution I talked about was improve online filing. The second solution is to figure out some way to allow them to verify a digital signature. I believe there's a couple options. Now, you know, the standard when it comes to actual process of a digital signature is DocuSign, right? That's the company everybody knows. There are some other smaller companies that do it, but when you talk about that, you talk about DocuSign. And I actually talked to DocuSign, and there is a cost to use it. It varies depending on how big it is. If you're a very small county, it could be as much as a little under $5 a signature. So it's not nothing. There's some cost there. It's not super onerous. As you get into more of a medium-sized county, that cost drops substantially. From what I understand, many of the large counties currently have DocuSign, and they do use it. So interestingly, I know that, for example, I'm told Orange County does have a DocuSign account, but I know they also require wet signatures. So I think there's some, I think there has to be some analysis to figure out, if they're accepting digital signatures in one way, why are they not accepting it in other ways? So I think maybe there needs to be some survey done or some analysis done to figure out why they're accepting it in certain circumstances and not in others. And I imagine that's probably true across many of the counties. That's the primary issue. One solution that I thought of, or someone had mentioned it to me, was possibly the idea of a signature card, right? When you have a bank, you have a signature card on file. There could be a signature card of some sort on file with your signature and maybe a digital facsimile signature of some sort that verifies it, so that you don't then have to wet sign literally every document that you send in, if you can do it once. Those are, I think, some of the issues that we're seeing with regard to doing that. So there could be some requirement to pay some kind of fee if you're going to use a digital signature. Certainly the counties, if there's some way for the counties to recover their costs, maybe on a personal property bill, if they could put a direct assessment, of some sort, a small, couple dollars that would cover the cost for any electronic filing. I believe there's got to be some way that they ought to be able to defray that processing cost if it's onerous on them. So that's really all I have with regard to the technology, just in terms of the personal property filing and the electronic signature.
We have a couple questions. Let me start with Member Schaefer at the end.
Yes, is there a substantial penalty attached to abusing the electronic signature? It shouldn't be a misdemeanor. It should be both a mortal sin and a felony. I've been a victim of forged signatures, which, because I don't know about it for 10 years, the statute of limitations wipes me out. So I think there should be substantial sanctions available on that, and I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what the penalties are in that situation if you abuse that. But I agree. I think that's one solution, is that if there's a substantial penalty for that. And I appreciate you bringing that up, because there was one thing I forgot to mention, that one of the issues when it comes to a wet signature with filing, there are some counties that issue a 10% penalty on your personal property filing if it doesn't have a wet signature. And so you could substantively comply. You could send in your 571L rendition on the date that it is due, and even potentially have it signed, but have it digitally signed. But if you don't have a wet signature, they issue a 10% penalty. Now, and I know you can request to have it abated. I happen to know one situation, someone mentioned to me that they received that penalty. They requested it to be abated, and it was abated. But that is a really onerous penalty for something that seems very inconsequential, particularly when you consider in the term in the situation of an appeal application, right? If we turn in an appeal application and there's a problem with it, including with the signature, right? After the deadline, the county boards, the clerk of the board will send you a notice saying, hey, you need to correct this, and you've got, X number of days to correct it. And if you don't correct it, then eventually they'll deny it, and then you have to request them to have it reinstated, et cetera. But there is a process to correct it. But with the personal property in some counties, if it's not corrected before the deadline, it's too late. And then you'd have to request the penalty be abated, and it's up to the county whether they choose to do that or not. So I believe that that's a real issue.
Thank you.
Other yeah, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So when you're submitting a document to a county, that there's a processing fee from the county, and then there's also a charge from a DocuSign for the wet signature, correct? Or the e-signature. So there's a double fee for the same document.
So my understanding is, if the county has an account with DocuSign, so, and you go onto the county website, there's a hyperlink, you click on that hyperlink, and that allows you to do a form via DocuSign. The county incurs a fee with DocuSign. So there's a charge to the county. So I believe somehow they ought to be able to pass that through.
But not a charge to the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, but.
Go ahead, Chair Gaines.
That could be passed on though, too.
Yeah, I believe that would be a solution, would be if they can pass that along, then that's not a financial burden to the county.
Right, and it's a means of convenience for the taxpayer,
Right.
so.
And if you don't want to do that, you could wet signature, right?
Right,
You know,
and then
and
does
that saves you the processing fee.
Does that help with the smaller counties? I would imagine that if it's no cost or a slight cost, they should be able to incorporate that. Am I missing something?
I don't think so. I believe that should be the case, that there ought to be some way to do it.
Okay, great, thank you.
And one other thing I wanted to mention, by the way, the CCIATA, the Honorable Mr. Tudor, Assessor Tudor, he's talking about working on these sort of statewide technological platforms. Certainly the personal property filing would be good to take another look at it.
In what respect?
Well, it would be better if there was, if somehow I guess the question is, the first question is, why are many counties not opting into the SDR system? Right, it's already there, it's done, it's set up, they just have to opt in. So there's some reason they're not doing it. And is there a cost? I'm not sure what the issue is, or whether the technological platform doesn't work for them somehow, and maybe something needs to be done with that. And also the ESDR system / megabyte system, both those systems are very cumbersome. So if those could be rewritten in such a way that it would make it easier for everyone to file online, I think that would solve a lot of problems.
Sure, all right, thank you.
Controller, I think you have another question?
I did have one more follow-up question with AB 1879. Was that a bill you were in support of, and do you think that bill had enough teeth, enforcement? Or are you looking for something more?
The issue that I see with AB 1879 is it requires counties to accept a digital signature when something is e-filed. If it is not e-filed, then they don't have to, apparently, it's not an e-signature, it's not required that they accept an e-signature. And because of the issues with e-filing, many people don't do it, so that kind of eliminates that benefit that you get from it. Do you follow me?
I do follow you. So if you were a legislator and you put a bill forward, what would it look like in terms of e-signatures?
I don't know that I have an answer off the top of my head for that. I would certainly like to see e-signatures of some sort be, counties required to accept it in one way or the other, but I understand that there could potentially burdens on the counties to do that. So I don't have the final solution here.
Understood. And we've heard from counties, some counties only have 2-3 staff. Then there's just they don't have the capacity to take that on at this moment. So, I mean, it's the issue twofold. So we'll continue to work on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been real helpful. You kind of just went a little last, you mentioned to the extent that you can centralize I guess the list of the counties which are accepting e-signatures. Is that something that would be helpful if like the BOE was to be the house, to house that?
Yes, and that was something I did include in my package. Was it would be helpful to have a comprehensive list of, what counties accept, e-filing, what counties have SDR, ESDR, megabyte, what counties require what signatures and for what. Yes, I believe a comprehensive list like that would certainly be a first step in the right direction, pending a more comprehensive solution.
Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Appreciate your time.
With that, Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comment, any written on this before we move off this item?
Yeah, we do not have any written comments on this, and I don't believe anyone's asked in the room. So if you'd like to go out to AT&T. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on this item, number 4, impediments to incorporating technology?
Thank you. If you would like to make a comment on number 4, please go ahead and press 1 then 0 at this time. Again, if you have a comment on item number 4, please press 1 then 0.
Actually, Ms. Taylor, for the record.
And no one has queued
I
up.
think this is item 3. Oh, is it?
It's number 4 on the agenda, but it's the third topic.
Oh, okay. All right, as long as we know. Thank you.
No one has queued up on the phone lines.
Okay, with that, then that concludes the presentation on technology issues. And I believe we can go ahead now and move on to our next item, which is Proposition 19, Challenges, Administrative Burdens, and Implementation Questions. With this, let me just open up with, this item is divided into 2 sub-items. The first is the base year value transfer issue, and the second is the intergenerational transfer issues. Rather than stopping for public comments after each item, we will hear from all the Prop 19 folks, presenters first, and then move on with some comments on that. In addition, while the CADA speaker is listed under each sub-item, we anticipate that they will make one presentation prior to the public comment. I believe that's correct. And with that, let's begin with our first speaker. And actually, we heard from the first one was John Tudor already spoke on this issue. So our second speaker will bring back Mr. Howard Lay. Yeah, I believe he's still here. Oh, he's up on the screen now.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, board. I appreciate it. So Prop 19 has, when it was first passed, it was a pretty vague proposition, and there was a lot of work on the assessors as well as the Board of Equalization staff in defining what was Prop 19 and what did it mean, not only base year but also intergenerational as well, which included family farms and so forth. This proposition has drastically increased the workload on all assessors throughout the state, all 58 counties. Like I said earlier, the board has worked really well in defining a lot of the areas, but to me, the biggest piece of it that is really vague is the family farm piece of it. It is so wide open. The definition, like for instance, in our county, it includes timber. Well, 99% of the properties either grow timber or potentially grow timber in Humboldt County. And so when we get a Proposition 19 claim for the family farm, we've actually had to gone to assessment appeals with it. We've had some challenges on there, and when we've reached out to the board, of Equalization for clarity. Because we had an active appeal, they wouldn't weigh in on it. And so we were kind of left to try to kind of fuddle our way through it. I just feel that I think that piece of it really needs more definition. And I think that several other county assessors would agree that the family farm is, in my interpretation, I think the intent of that piece of it was supposed to be for commercially ag producing properties. And we've had everything from a person planting an almond tree in their yard to having a vegetable garden in their backyard to qualifying as a family farm. And so I think that we've all really struggled with that, with appeals as well. And if we could somehow get that defined a little better, I think it would be helpful for all county assessors. That's pretty much all I have on that.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I think we're good. Actually, you know what? I do have one. And it's, what do you think are the most important things that the BOE can provide to help you with other small counties in terms of providing relief for those Prop 19 issues you're facing?
Like I said, when we've had assessment appeals and on a Prop 19 situation, and because it was an active appeal, they wouldn't respond to us. And the only way they would is if we get consent from the applicant to do so. And in both cases, the applicant wouldn't respond. And so we were kind of left to try to figure it out on our own. And so if we had a little bit more support, and I guess legally I understand where they're coming from, but those kind of scenarios, having more support from the board would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. With that, it looks like we're going to bring back Speaker Brad Marsh is back on this issue as well.
Nothing unites people like hatred for Prop 19.
I
think we can all agree that it's imperfect, not necessarily well thought out, creates compliance and administrative nightmares. CADA's proposal that I'm presenting today, however, is much less fantastic than sort of just doing away with it or anything like that. It's the law at this point, and I think we all are sort of stuck dealing with it. We are focused on two main aspects. The first is, in order to achieve the exemption, there is a need for a continuing resident to be a child or be, a part of the family in the family home or on the family farm. And this does require the assessor to check in on the ownership and the residency of the property, which is, again, I think an administrative hassle and what have you. We simply point out that we think that to the extent that there are notices or other items that are mailed to folks, to homeowners, that they have bolded attention-grabbing type headlines so that it doesn't lead to further disputes over the applicability of the exemption, leads to higher compliance by taxpayers, et cetera. Also, I'm a tax lawyer. I do a lot of different state and local taxes, mostly property tax. But one thing that I've learned from my time practicing is that one of the other most effective things that can be done is to work hand in hand with other professional organizations in educating them about the requirements, because many folks have a tax preparer for their federal tax returns. Some folks have attorneys and what have you, so accountants, tax advisors, what have you, in putting on educational programs, making someone available either on a county level or at some of the statewide organizations to go through the requirements and hit the high points so that the advisors to these people are in a position to comply. Again, trying to take care of the largest swath of people with the least amount of effort possible. Also, of course, when you have all the advisors telling their people what needs to be done and why it needs to be done, people talk, homeowners talk. And then the last comment I think we have is that there is sort of a less paid attention to property tax exemption out there right now, which is the homeowner's exemption. $7,000 a year saves about $70 for a homeowner. It may be worth considering how the Prop 19 continuing residency compliance can be tied in to the homeowner's exemption and coordinating those two activities, because there's a lot of overlap between what they're trying to do. So that's all of the comments on behalf of CADA on this subject.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question here from our chair, James.
Yeah, that's interesting that you could tie that into the homeowner's exemption. Is there current verification that's occurring with county assessors for that?
So the way that the homeowner's exemption is currently claimed is typically when you buy a house, you fill out a form and you send it in, and it's a non-recurring compliance issue, which, I'm on the private side. I have seen taxpayers who have homeowners exemptions on properties that they're renting out, and I tell them, hey, time to fix that, right? I wouldn't say that's frequent, but I think the assessors may have more stories if they were asked about situations where there was improperly claimed exemptions and what have you, and maybe they would appreciate, it's just a suggestion, open for discussion in a work group, but maybe they would appreciate having a way to upgrade their intelligence on the homeowner's exemption at the same time as dealing with the Prop 19.
Yes, yeah, that's an interesting approach and maybe a solution. Yeah, thank you.
Member Schaefer, I think has a question.
I like your suggestion of larger type, maybe a little red letters. That's a good one.
Any other comments or questions? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, folks, let me just go to this last part of it. We have discuss Prop 19, the intergenerational transfer problems. We know that intergenerational transfers were fundamentally changed by Prop 19, and that there are many outstanding questions from assessors, professionals, and the general public, still creating administrative burdens for all. Our first speakers from the Sacramento County Assessor's Office are both in person here, and it's Mr. Jared, is it Stedford, I believe is here, and then also the Assistant Assessor and Miss Linda Cogburn, Chief Appraiser. If you would please come up. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. I am Jarrett Stedefor. I'm the Assistant Assessor of Sacramento County, and with me today is Linda Cogburn. She's the Chief Appraiser in charge of our Standards Division. We have prepared a slide deck for you. I'm not sure if we can bring it up. Looks like you're getting hard copies of it.
Well, it's behind them.
So, oh, there it is. Okay, great. All right, well, on behalf of Sacramento County Assessor Christina Nguyen, I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak at this work group meeting. Could you go to the next slide, please? Our focus today is to share specific examples of Prop 19 intergenerational claims that were approved either prospectively or denied altogether due to the lengthy processes of probate and trust settlement. We have asked for board guidance on these scenarios back in November of 2024, so I'm sure that guidance is working its way through the board currently. Could you go to the next slide, please? These examples show the unintended consequences of Prop 19 to the taxpayers of our state. Okay, and again to the next slide. Thank you. Example 1, a father passed away March 17th of 2022. He had a will that named his son as the beneficiary, but probate was required. The son was awarded the house by court order in December of 2023, and that recorded on January 22nd, 2024. The son occupied the house before and after the date of death, but did not file the homeowner's exemption until he was awarded the house. In this example, the taxpayer received prospective relief, and it resulted in the taxpayer paying an additional $3,972 in supplemental bills. Okay, could we go to the next slide? Example 2, a father passed away February 28th of 2022. He had a will that named his son as the beneficiary, but again, probate was required. The son was awarded the house by court order on April 11th, 2023. The son was not occupying the house on the date of death. Therefore, pursuant to the probate referee, the house was locked and could not be occupied until probate was settled. Once probate was settled, the son was awarded the house. He occupied it as his residence and filed the homeowner's exemption. The claim was denied. This denial resulted in the annual tax bill increasing from $1,264 to $3,370 per year, or a difference of $2,106 every year. Okay, could we go to the next slide? Example 3, a mother passed away September 10th of 2021. She had a trust that named her son and 3 other siblings as beneficiaries. None of the children were occupying the property, and the executor locked the house until the trust was settled. Once the trust was settled and the son was awarded the home, he occupied it as his residence and filed the homeowner's exemption within a year of the trust settlement. This claim was denied. The denial resulted in the annual tax bill increasing from $787, which is obviously a old base year value we had on there, up to $4,245 per year. And again, this difference of $3,458 is year over year. Several of these instances have resulted in assessment appeals brought before our Assessment Appeals Board. And in each of these cases, the Appeals Board ruled in favor of the county. Attorneys that represented those taxpayers in these instances are saying they intend to pursue the matter in court. With that, I'm just the bearer of bad news. I'd like to turn it over to the presentation for Linda Cogburn so she can explain some potential solutions for you.
Thank you, Jared. Just a quick note, because you might be wondering where this is coming from. I have 23 years experience in property tax. I started as an assessment tech, and I processed a lot of parent-child exclusions and a lot of base year value transfers even before Prop 19 under the old rules, okay? I became an appraiser. I did res, commercial. I was a supervisor, and now chief of standards. Next slide, please. Okay, so I really think the law may provide an answer. I think it might be staring us in the face. So I wanted to bring this to your attention. That is a link to the Constitution at Article 13A, Section 2.1. Subdivision C1 states in part, for the purposes of Subdivision A of Section 2, the terms purchased and change in ownership do not include the purchase or transfer of a family home of the transferor in a case of a transfer between parents and their children, as defined by the legislature, if the property continues to be the family home of the transferee. Now, this, still part of the law here, this subdivision shall apply to both voluntary transfers and transfers resulting from a court order or judicial decree. Now, if you read on down to subdivision C5, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. I just want to point out it says that the homeowners or disabled vet exemption has to be filed within 1 year, okay? And so that's what the Constitution said in Prop 19. That's what the voters said, right? The BOE wrote some great rules. We so much appreciate the rules that the BOE wrote because we needed the clarification on so many levels. One thing that the rules do say, and I'm actually quoting a different rule, but it does say inheritance is effective as of the date of death. I just want to bring that to your attention. I want to point out these two examples. This is why the appeals board didn't have a choice, is because they're interpreting these laws the same way the Board of Equalization is. Example 15, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's a case scenario pretty much identical to one of the ones that Jared read to you in our situation. But because the child did not file the homeowner's exemption within a year of the transfer, that is the date of death, he is only eligible for prospective relief, okay? In 16, because the child did not move into the property within 1 year, because probate locked the house and would not allow them, they are not eligible at all. Not eligible at all. Next slide, please. So, just bringing to your attention what we read in the Constitution. First of all, that transfers, whether they're voluntary or involuntary, resulting from a court order or a judicial decree. I'm kind of curious that it didn't even mention deaths here, you know? It mentioned a court order or judicial decree. Very interesting. I'm just wondering, if, and I lost my slide, does the date property is awarded to the heir affect that 1 year requirement? Because there's really no definitions about this. Can regulations be revised to accommodate probate proceedings or trust proceedings? Can a regulation define the following terms? Court-ordered transfer, trust settlements within a year. One other piece of information for you. Revenue and Taxation Code 60, definition of a change in ownership means a transfer of the present interest in real property, including the beneficial use thereof, the value of which is substantially equal to the value of the fee interest. Now, I'm not an attorney, I'm an appraiser. I know there's attorneys out here could probably define that, but I believe they're talking about the full bundle of rights. A right to finance the property, a right to just enjoy the property. Heirs that are held up by probate or trust proceedings don't have the beneficial use of the property, and they don't have the full bundle of rights that are suggested by a fee interest title. And so we're hoping you can shed some clarity on this for us. And with that, do you have any questions?
No, this is great. I really appreciate the fact that you're able to bring real situations that are actually occurring, right? On the law.
Yes.
I wasn't aware of some of these, especially the one when you're talking about the probate situation, because I know several families in my district that are going through it and don't have access to it because legally nobody owns it because they didn't have a will or a trust. And until that gets settled, they're sitting out in the cold. By the time it does, the year expires.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's a real situation. Other questions? It looks like
If I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mr.
because
Gaines.
I'm just curious about, a lot of folks get a living trust, so they can transfer that ownership to the children or whatever. So it's just, these examples seem like they're all probate related, but I'm trying to figure out proportionally.
These are all different.
Okay,
These are all separate claimants.
okay.
We could have given you more, but, you know, time, 10 minutes. And so we didn't do that. No, these are all separate. But there are times in a trust situation where you may have 3 or 4 siblings, and the trust is responsible to give them an equal share of 10 properties. What is that?
Yeah.
And then there could be some arguments that take them to court to make that ruling.
Sure,
And so that could take more than a year.
right, right. Or it could just be the home, right? And then you got to figure out,
Right.
do you have to kick in some cash as one of the children to buy the home? You've
Exactly.
got to negotiate with siblings or whatever.
And in the
So-
meantime, they can't move in
Yeah,
Right.
because until it's decided,
Legally, they don't own it.
they can't move in.
yeah. I think you raised a good question. I'd like to examine that and see if maybe we could do something to help relieve that.
Chair?
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Schaefer.
Is there such thing as virtual occupancy?
I like it. And I wish it was a grounds, a legal
You've been
grounds.
reading the AI articles too much now. Any other questions? No, I think this is helpful because like you mentioned, we assume it's just because of a probate situation, but I know some that are in a trust that are in the same situation. Because when you have more than one sibling, sometimes they don't all agree. And by the time you get a court to rule on it, you're looking year 2, if you're lucky.
And these are our communities. It's going to
Right.
touch us all.
And I think the sad thing about it, when they created this legislation, I don't think people really thought it through.
No,
Yeah.
Unintended consequences.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
With that, I think we have, is Robert Gomez here? Oh, he's on the screen. Yeah, our next speaker is Robert Gomez, Division Chief of Assessment Services for the San Diego County Assessor's Office. Welcome, Mr. Gomez, if you're online. And he is, okay. I understand you will address various Prop 19 burdens which have risen in San Diego County, and to the extent that they may impact other administrative processes, including the AAB, appeals, and refunds. Mr. Gomez, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Vasquez, Mr. Chair, Honorable Board. Thank you for inviting me to this session on behalf of Jordan Marks, our Honorable Assessor in San Diego County. I'd like to give you some more tidbits. Sacramento County did a great job, and my colleagues over there in Sacramento. You're preaching the choir over here in San Diego, and I think across the state. So great job on that. And I have a couple things to add to that, so I won't regurgitate what they said. But I want to touch in on that topic that how can we fix this? And what I was thinking is, and it's not going to be easy, but it will take a constitutional amendment. If we can up the homeowner's exemption claim filing to 3 years to mirror the parent-child exclusion form, which is 3 years, I think that would be a good panacea to fix all the problems that we're experiencing today as far as late filing denials and prospective relief. So let me share my screen here. So this screen here is an illustration of kind of the calculus math that we have to do now that the law directed us away from assessment value to market value. And a little background about myself. I started my career at the Orange County Assessor in the late 90s, and now I'm here at the San Diego County Assessor. So I have a combined experience of 27 years in this type of administration with change of ownership and exemptions. Here's one example that really gets a sticker shock when we go out and do presentations in our county. In this case, we have a death occurred on 4/3/21, so we're within that Prop 19 realm. And the factored base year value, which is your assessed Prop 13 value, at the point was $348,321. However, at the time of this transaction, since now we have to look at the market value and not the assessed value, we found out that the fair market value of this property is $1.8 million. So what the law tells us is that, and the complexity behind this new law is that everybody's cap is different. You know, before it was very, very easy to come up with. Now, the reason why everybody's cap is different is because the law tells us, or the code tells us, it's your assessed value, which everybody has a different assessed value, plus $1 million for the most part. So in this sample, their assessed value was $348,000 plus $1 million. So their cap was 1.348. So here's how we have to calculate this now. We have, once we get all of our data in line, we look at the market value, which is 1.8. We subtract their cap, which is 1.348. That gives us an excess amount of $451,000. Well, what does that mean? This is because they went over, because the market value exceeded their cap. That has to be added on to create a blended base year. And what does that mean? Well, here's how we calculate that. This 451,000 was the amount that was over the cap. Now we have to take that number and add it to their assessed value at the time of transfer, which is 348. Those two figures create a blended base year value of 800,000. The reason why I want to show you this example is this is a property, as you can tell, it hasn't been reassessed in quite some time. One of our coastal properties are in San Diego. And they're receiving the full benefit of the law. They're receiving the full cap, but their bill goes from paying $3,400, so to speak, at 1% to now $8,000. This is the one that Jordan and I show when we educate our constituents as far as attorneys, fiduciaries, and sales reps. This is what we go out and tell folks, that this is a scenario where they got the full extension and their bill more than doubled. Sorry. Another issue that we're having is when we're tracking the primary residency and we find out that somebody has moved out or they entered into a legal entity. We haven't had any scenarios where somebody has moved out to where we need to go back and refactor that market value. But we've had scenarios where folks have had the exclusion for a couple of years and then decided to transfer their property into an LLC. That in itself forces us to remove the exclusion on the next lien date following that transaction, because LLCs do not qualify for the parent-child exclusion. And let me show you some of the calculations that we have to go through. Here's an example here where we have to remove the exclusion. And they do, it's not just 100%, there's also partial interest, which muck it up even more. So in this scenario, the transfer happened on May 12th of 2021, so we're within Prop 19. The parents decided to retain 30% and they want to give 70% to their child. That's fine, we can do that. The factored base year value, the assessed value at the time of transfer was 300,000. And then the fair market value, we figured out to be 1.5 million at the time. When the son decided to move out on July 20th of 2026, that forced us to go back and see, okay, what was the market value at the time he received the property? And we have to factor in that, up to 2% CPI inflation factor for every year he had it. So in this case, he had it for 10 years, decided to move out, but keep the property. And now he's going to get a huge sticker shock of, instead of having a new blended base year of taxable value of 485,000 through the years of getting the 2% increase, that is going to inflate to 1.2 million on the lien date of 2027. And this is, I don't know if this is happening as much because it's a fairly new law, but these are the kind of issues that this law has forced us to be hawkish on. Normally when we apply an exclusion, we apply the exclusion and we move on. We never have to go back and check it. There's no requirements for that. This law forced us to make sure that it's continued as a primary residence. And how do we find out? Sometimes people call us or email us. Sometimes neighbors tattle on each other. There's times where they'll say, I don't want the homeowner exemption anymore, or they change their mailing address. These are indicators that we would investigate to see if we need to remove it or not. My colleagues did reference a bill that cleared up a lot of ambiguity here, like everybody else, when this law passed and became effective on, 2/16 of 2021, we were kind of like, oh, wow, there's so much ambiguity. There's so much, information that we need answers to, that about 5 months later after that passing in July 12th of 2021, we got Senate Bill 539 that was chaptered the next year. And that cleared up a lot of ambiguity of a lot of questions that we had that we ourselves didn't know how to administer. So, but here in San Diego, we didn't let COVID or ambiguity stop us from most things. We were continuing to work these claims as we go, but we had to set aside some that we needed questions on. And other than that, that is all I have to present. I don't want to duplicate the efforts of the fine folks in Sacramento County. Did a great job. I'm open for any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you. I see several hands. Let me start with our Chair Gaines. Go ahead.
That first slide, I don't know if you can show it again or not, but I really, something came to light when I saw that, because in that base year value transfer, it's my understanding that when that move occurs to a new county, and we could use like a county up in this area, isn't there supposed to be a transfer of money from the gain, right? Because as a result of the reappraisal of the property, it was explained to me that there was going to be some sort of offset coming to the counties that these individuals move into.
Yeah, I believe, Mr. Gaines, Mr. Chair, that you're referring to the base year value transfers of those who are 55 and over?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't
So,
specify that, but yes.
No, that's okay. I just want to clarify for everybody else, because they do get fuddled because it's a two-part thing. And for the intergenerational, it's effective on February 16th of 2021. But this on the base year value transfers, that was effective on April 1st of 2021. No pun intended for April Fool's Day, right? So, yes, there has to be a sale made. Now, the problem that other counties are facing is that if I have if I have a home that I've owned for 20 years in a coastal area where maybe my assessed value is $500,000, but it's worth $4 million. Now I decide to go over to Humboldt County, or I decide to go to Colusa County, or some of the smaller counties.
That's right.
You know, I transfer over there. They're losing that sale because I can transfer my tax base from San Diego to them. So the smaller counties are suffering a huge loss in value because of these.
But wasn't there supposed to be some transfer of revenue as, you know, through Prop 19 that would go to that new county? And I don't think that's happened yet.
The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration have been petitioning the counties, soliciting the counties for quarterly data to capture this so they can do what you're talking about.
Okay. Gosh, I'd sure like to look into that and figure out why that hasn't happened. I know that a lot of these rural counties are lacking in revenue, so.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. It's a two-part step. Yes, CDTFA is soliciting the counties so they can show their revenue loss or their revenue gain.
Mm-hmm.
And then but the first step is for the Department of Finance to do a calculation to see if there's a net increase in revenue. And that's what they've done every year. And so far, it has not been a net increase. Once there is a net increase, Department of Finance will instruct the state controller to fund two accounts. And one would be to fund the firefighters, and the other one would be for the counties so that they can be made whole.
Right, we talked about firefighters yesterday, not getting any money.
So
But you're saying there's no,
At this
how
time,
can there not be
the latest calculation, August 30th, 2024, they concluded that there was not a net increase in revenue. They're looking at property tax revenue and income tax revenue. And if one goes up, unfortunately, the other one goes down. So we have not seen an overall increase.
Oh, okay, so it's tied into income tax too?
Yes, it's tied in.
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's the way they're doing the calculation. They're looking, well, if in this particular example, someone's going to have a huge property tax bill. So you would think that's an increase in revenue for one county. However, person's going to take a personal income tax deduction on the property tax that they pay.
Okay.
It's balancing that.
Interesting. Wow. So are we ever going to get any money? That's the question.
Well, I'd also like to add the other caveat is that, you know, under the old rules, alternate properties that weren't your principal place of residence could receive some tax savings relief up to $1 million assessed value. With the new law under 63.2 of the Revenue Taxation Code under Prop 19, the alternate properties have been omitted. So now folks can even get any property tax savings for their alternate properties that they own, you know, their family businesses, second homes, rentals, so to speak. So that in itself should create a lot more revenue because we're not allowed to exclude those right now.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions or comments. We have one last speaker, but I'm looking, I see our Assembly member here, Mike Gibson. I don't know if you had any comments. If you've been listening, or are you good? If you want to come on up? before we get our last speaker in here. You have to push that button, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to the board members. Thank you for allowing me just to come and weigh in on the conversation. I think it's a timely conversation. So Mike Gibson, Assembly Member representing the 65th California State Assembly District. Also, I chair the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee. Timely on Proposition 19. I want to offer up a few some thoughts in this space because of your topic today. In this segment, for context purposes, we know that November 2020, California voters passed Proposition 19, which made changes to the property tax benefits for families, seniors, and severely disabled persons and victims of natural disasters here in the state of California. As we, on this particular topic, I would like to opine to both problem and possible solutions regarding this particular component of the law that you're talking about today. The first problem, inheriting of property may not have enough liquid capital to cover an abrupt increase in property tax for small business property. My solution, my opinion, would be to authorize a constitutional amendment to provide the transfer of some amount of these base year values of business property tax when inherited by a child or grandchild. As we all know, Proposition 19 modifies various base year value transfer and changes in ownership exclusion. Among other provisions, the parents and grandparents to children and grandchildren of exclusions when transferring property was restricted, such that only principal place of residence could be, in fact, transferred. And I think that speaks to Proposition 19. Previously, a primary residence property could be transferred to a child or grandchild without a value limitation. And other types of properties, like a second home or business property, could potentially be transferred depending on the circumstances. Proposition 19 limits the transfer of principal residence to the base year value plus $1 million adjustments and prohibit transfer of a base year value for other types of property. The second problem I want to offer up, victims of disasters having potential less time to purchase or construct a new property after damage or disaster cannot transfer value of these business properties. The solution, again, I offer is authorizing a constitutional amendment that extends the time to transfer a base year value and allow the transfer of some value of a business property after damages or destruction by this natural devastation that we've seen in recent months. As you know, Proposition 19 also modifies base year values transfers after a disaster. We know this. Proposition 19 did provide certain treatments when transferring the base year value of property damages or destruction. And we know this by the governor's declaration or proclamation of disasters, but that was narrowed in authority, in authorization, Prior to Proposition 19, owners could transfer the base year value of any type of property to another site within the same county. We just had that discussion within the same county that is purchased or newly constructed within 5 years, so it could qualify as a disaster. However, after property owners must purchase construct the property within 2 years of the sale and of the damaged destruction property, and may only transfer the base year value if they live as that principal residence. And again, my whole reason for being here, because this is something that we have to grapple with. I think there's been unintended consequences as relates to Proposition 19. I have spoken to realtors and things of that nature, and certainly I think we can all agree that this was not the purpose it was intended, and people who have inherited property are adversely affected. And I just want to offer up that when people transfer property, it's to create generational wealth for that particular family. And what we're finding out, they're being disenfranchised. And I think we as policymakers need to do everything we can to address this matter. And again, I offer up my opinion as relates to constitutional amendments, because we know the voters of California voted for this. The only way that we can make modifications if in fact we have a constitutional amendment. So I just offer that up to each and every one of you as you deliberate in this particular space. And I stand ready to work with each and every one of you. I have to return back to the legislature. I have some bills up for hearing right now. But again, we'd love to meet with you individually as well as collectively, see how we can work towards this space, because I have heard people in my district, not only people who have residents, but also realtors who understand the disenfranchisement that this brings as relates to those trying to create generational wealth and pass that on. So I thank you very much for a few moments just to speak with you today.
No, I appreciate it. We've had some real good presentations earlier today from several of the stakeholders, and I think a lot of people realized, obviously, that when this thing was cooked back in 2020, that it wasn't a well thought out piece of legislation, and now we're seeing the repercussions of it. And I appreciate that you're willing to step up. And I know several of my colleagues here are trying to come up with hopefully some solutions. But at the end of the day, I think you're right. We have to take it back to the voters, because the modifications that we're looking at are minor. It's not going to address the issue of intergenerational wealth as we know it, as we used to know it prior to Prop 19.
Well, I look forward to engaging with you for next year. We have a limitation on our bills, and I haven't used up all of my bills for 2026. And so I would certainly welcome the opportunity to engage with this body to create some real policies that we can provide to the voters for the next following year.
Appreciate
So thank
it.
you very much.
Wonderful.
Appreciate
I think
you.
you have a question here from Member Schaefer.
You were here a few minutes ago. I think the best slide they had was Proposition 19. It looked like Einstein's theory of relativity.
Thank you very much. I'll check that out. I'll be watching and reviewing your meeting so I can catch up on the discussion I missed prior to. But thank you very much for this opportunity.
No, thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
Appreciate your idea. That's a great bill.
With that, we have our last speaker here just to conclude this item, and it's Brad Marsh, which I believe is still, he's still here with us. Our final speaker on this issue. Welcome back.
Thank you, and I'll be extremely brief. The Sacramento presentation was exceptional, in my view, at illustrating one of the key problems. I'm not, technically, I don't think I'm authorized to speak on CADA on this exact comment I'm about to make. This is more of a personal practitioner comment. I participated in a work group on this exact topic, and we believe that there might be a legislative solution, and minutes of that meeting are being prepared, and I will distribute them for your information once they're finalized. And that's it. That's my only comment.
Appreciate it. With that, that pretty much concludes this item. I'll turn to Ms. Taylor to see if there's any public comment. I don't know if there's any written comment. If not, we'll go to AT&T.
We do not have any written comments, and I don't believe anyone in the room is signed up to speak. So if you'd like to go to AT&T,
Yes, let's go to AT&T.
moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to speak on this item?
If you would like to speak on this item, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no one in queue.
With that, that will conclude this item. We will go into wrap up now. I will start with some wrap up comments, and then I'll turn to my colleagues to see if they have any closing remarks as well. First and foremost, I just wanted to thank, and with the utmost gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers that we had here today, not only the stakeholders, but then many of the folks that were here through our Zoom and who made the effort to come out here in person as well as the BOE staff and specifically Ms. Taylor for stepping up and assisting me on this hearing today. I wanted to begin my remarks looking at the BOE, and I guess it's as required for this work group, my office will prepare and provide detailed minutes of all that was said today and try to summarize it with recommendations that we received from the board and review this for approval at our June 18th, 2025 board meeting. Based on the information received and recommendations made today, the work group may want to convene again in September 17th of 2025, but I'll leave that up to my colleagues and staff and see if it's needed. With that, let's start with our chair, Member Gaines, for any closing remarks, and then we'll go to the vice chair and then our deputy controller.
Yeah, thank you so much. I thought this is just very productive and a lot of great discussion brought up, and I'm hoping that you could help with I don't know if your intention was to provide a report or not, or minutes or something of that nature, but kind of what our next steps are,
Yeah.
right?
And we'll share it with you and see if we're missing something, or if you want to add, delete, make comments.
Yeah, wonderful. But I guess the last discussion we had, in terms of the base year transfer and also the ability of children to move into a home, I'd love to see more clarity. I like the presentation that was presented by Sacramento County, by Jarrett and Linda, about taking a look at how the current law may provide an answer in terms of allowing enough time for these transfers to occur. There was, I guess, another suggestion from San Diego about making it a 3-year time frame. And it sounds like Assembly Member Gibson has an idea too. So if we can figure out how to tackle that, it would provide a lot of relief for folks. I think the technology issue, I'm glad that you brought that up. I'd like to see, how can we provide electronic signatures to counties on a low-cost basis? And it seems like there were some ideas presented today in terms of how to do that. And as far as the assessment appeal boards are concerned, that's just a challenge, because I can see what LA is doing and they're making great progress, but I contrast that to Butte County and just the challenges with staffing. So I don't quite know how to pull that all together, but there were a lot of good ideas here presented, and we'll have to kind of figure it out. I'll think on this some more, and if I come up with something I can glean, but there was a lot of information provided that I think could help solve those challenges. So thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to give my thanks to you, Mr. Vasquez, and to your staff, and to board ops staff for putting this together. This is a very comprehensive day and quite valuable. I don't know when since university days I've taken this many notes, but I literally wrote every single thing down, and I do plan to watch the video again. And so as I'm sifting through this, I guess we're each going to have our own recommendations or our top picks out of things. And so I wonder if the time on June 18th might be a time for us to be able to submit what we think the most pressing issues are, And maybe there was a date in advance of June 18th where we could get those to staff so that we have the opportunity to get more information and reactions from staff. And I guess I'm calling on our executive director to ask her about the timing of that and how we could best accomplish that, because I think we're each going to have something that's our top 3, our top 5, whatever the number is. And so I'm going to continue to delve into these topics, but I'd like to also get a check from staff on, when some of the tax rules were last updated, et cetera, et cetera.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. So we're clearly not going to try to do this at the May meeting because we have a full calendar. So it sounds like you guys are thinking about at least your minutes and your report at the June 18th meeting. I'm not sure, Vice Chair Lieber, are you saying that at that same meeting, members will be able to present their top 5?
Well, I'm thinking, I know that we don't do minutes for a work group. And so we're going to have some kind of a report coming out of this that has everybody's input. But then as far as getting to the stage of recommendations, I think we each will be taking our own cut at what we think the recommended steps should be. So would that be able to be done in June?
For you guys to present your recommendations? I'm sorry. Are you asking for something from the agency as well?
Maybe input on those?
That might be a bit of a challenge. I'll give you a second.
Sorry.
I think that it would probably be better if we can see what you guys are looking at first. Because it was a full day.
I kind of figured that. I was kind of envisioning, giving ourselves, I was giving my staff, the 18th to bring it back to you folks. And then if my colleagues are prepared to share at the same time, if not, they could take it and digest it and look at it and see if it's addressing your concerns or issues that you thought were the most important. And if we missed something or you needed to change some or add some, maybe include it. And then in a later date, I guess we would check with you and see when it might be appropriate to have maybe a follow-up discussion or an item on the agenda. And it may not be June. June might be just when we share what we have, and then we maybe take it up the following month or when you think it might be appropriate or time-wise in terms of the agenda.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm aiming at, is if we can have a compressed process on June 18th and then be able to come back, but not wait as long as September.
I agree with you.
To
I
come
just didn't
back
know
so that we can,
staff issues, yeah.
yeah, be able to get that information back from staff after June 18th, because I know that June is also a really busy month around the BOE.
Sounds like Chair Gaines might have a recommendation as well.
Well, just one thing that I think we could do some background on, maybe in anticipation of June, would be this current law may provide the answer that was
The one from
presented by.
Sacramento County?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me be careful because we're in a board work group and not in a board meeting, so I don't want
Okay.
legal to tell me I'm overreaching. But we've been aware of that problem already.
Okay.
And we are currently working on it.
Okay, so my hope was that we could just get more information on it so that when we do when we address this again, we have kind of all the facts.
Okay, I would try, I'll give
From
you,
the
I
BOE's
can give you at least
perspective.
the basic law. I'm not sure we're gonna be in a position to provide you where the direction that legal was going towards. Because like I said, it's very complex.
Yes.
So they may not have an answer on June 18th.
Okay, that's all right. I'm just trying to express.
Yeah,
it
and
in
we
the
are working, like I
workshop.
said, we are
Yeah.
definitely working on that one.
Yeah, good, thank you.
And I think Vice Chair Stowe had some more comments. Go ahead.
Yes.
And I was wondering, did we get a copy of Mr. Gomez's presentation from San Diego County? I don't think I got that, and not that I ever want to look at that math problem again, but I do want to look at the rest of the diagrams again.
Actually, I think it's in your,
Okay.
or at least I know
Mr.
part of it was.
Vasquez, we do not have Mr. Gomez's, but we'll get it, and we'll be sure it's distributed.
That would be great. Thank you so
This-
much.
You're referring to this?
That is the math problem, yeah. But yeah, thank you.
Deputy Controller,
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. On behalf of Controller Cohen, I just want to thank you for the heavy lift today, you and your whole team. This goes to the core of what the Board of Equalization is about, fair and efficient property tax administration. And I believe the hard work starts today. We've heard from stakeholders, we've heard from the public, we've heard from different assessors from all over California. So it's on us now to kind of carry this torch and get this work done. I like the idea of progress reports, whether that be meeting back in June for the full report, maybe checking in one more time over summer, and then when we have our annual meeting with the assessors in September, carrying on the work group if needed, and also seeing how we can implement each recommendation we have. We have a full checklist, so making sure that we're kind of checking those boxes and not taking it all on at once, but making progress, and then also working closely with the executive director. I know there's capacity issues, there's staffing issues, but this really gets to the core of what the board is. And then also for all the speakers today, and we talked about the San Diego County. I believe LA County also reported out today. I didn't see that presentation, so please just get everything on the record. If you can email it or just submit it so it is reflected in the record. So as the Board of Equalization moves forward, we can process this information and come to best solutions. But I thought it was a great day, great two-day meeting, and it's a great way to start Q2 of this year. Thank you.
thank you, and thank you all. And just a little shout out to Assembly Member Mike Gibson. I ran across him last night at a reception, and I was sharing with him what we were talking about, and he says, well, I'll see if I could pop in, and to my surprise, he was able to squeeze us in. And at the end of the day, he did mention last night, and again, he reinforced it, that he's ready and willing to roll up his sleeves and see what he can do to, because at the end of the day, I think we're going to we need some kind of legislation to really correct some of these issues that we're hearing. Appreciate your time. I know we went maybe a little long, and I know we didn't take an afternoon break, so my apologies to the staff there that maybe needed to take a break before the end. But with that, I guess that concludes our hearing, and we're all set for our next meeting coming up. And do we need to announce the date of our next meeting in May?
The next Board of Equalization board meeting is May 28th.
May 28th, for all those that are listening. Thank you. Safe travels.